I'd like to call to order the September 16, 2025 City Council meeting. We will begin with a pledge to the flag. All rise, please. Hand on your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and welcome all. Madam City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Tarnay?
Here.
Councilmember Charelian?
Here.
Councilmember Howard?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Here.
Mayor Lesser?
Here. We begin tonight with a presentation of a certificate of recognition for the 25th annual Matt and Mike Johnson Memorial Blood Drive. I believe we have Michael Archuleta with the organization. Please come down. So for members of the public, this is the annual blood drive that is now going to be in its 25th year that's held during the Hometown Fair. This year, it's going to be held on Saturday, October 4th, and Sunday, October 5th, at the Manhattan Beach Library, so it's a different location. I'm going to turn it over to the chairman of the blood drive in just a moment who can give a little history, but let me just mention a statistic that really struck me, and that is every 2 seconds, somebody in this country requires blood. Whether it's for an emergency infusion, planned surgery, or treatment for cancer, there is an enormous need for blood. And in recent years, there's been a shortage. So this blood drive, among others, are incredibly important to ensure we have an adequate supply. And it's one of the reasons why we really want to honor, for 25 years now, the Mike and Matt Johnson Blood Drive. With a little more information about it, I'd like Michael Archuleta to identify himself and his full role and maybe give us a little bit of history about the blood drive.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few of my notes over here. So first, I'd like to thank Mayor Lesser, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, and the rest of the City Council for honoring the blood drive in its 25th year. I'd also like to especially thank the just Los Angeles County, especially the team at the Manhattan Beach Library, Cassandra, the manager that's over there, and the entire team. They've been so willing and ready to help us with the new location of the blood drive at the library. So we're really looking forward to getting just as many donations as we have in years past. To the point of the 25 years, over the 25 years of the blood drive, we've donated 1,363 units of usable blood through 1,440 donors. So it's just an incredible drive that we're able to, again, every 2 seconds, somebody needs blood somewhere in the country, and it's so important to continue that flow because blood has such a short shelf life. So the more we can donate, the more drives we can have, and the more people we can get involved, the better. So I grew up with Matt. He lived on 4th Street in Ingleside, right over here. We went to San Tots Preschool. We went to American Martyrs School up here. In 7th grade, he was diagnosed with leukemia. And then several years later, freshman year of high school, he passed away of cancer. He was around for the first 2 years of the drive, and we continue to do the drive to honor his memory. And again, to just pay that forward of making sure that there's blood like he had for all the other cancer patients, surgery, emergent care, anything else that we really need. And so to say that as well, sadly, last year, Matt's dad passed away. Actually, today's the anniversary of his passing. And unfortunately, it was to cancer as well. So because of that, we wanted to honor Matt and Mike. So you may have heard it as the Matt Johnson Blood Drive, and now it will go forward as the Matt and the Mike Johnson Blood Drive. And it was fantastic that it was the 25th year anniversary of this as well. As a side note, Mike was a longtime Manhattan Beach resident, actually lifetime. He'd been here his entire life. He passed away around the 80s. He was a decades-long member of the Manhattan Beach Fair Board for the Hometown Fair, over 20-plus years, I believe. And then he also was a member of the Manhattan Beach American Martyrs Church. And a personal note, he was one of the nicest, caring, most thoughtful people that you would have ever met. So it's just my honor to pay forward his memory, Matt's memory, and all those who have needed blood for the blood drive in his honor. So again, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
So on behalf of the City of Manhattan Beach and the City Council, I first want to offer you a certificate of recognition for your work on behalf of the blood drive. a city pin. And before we take a photo, I wanted to particularly thank the Mayor Pro Tem for suggesting that we have this as a ceremonial tonight. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. One more. We have one more ceremonial, and this one is a bittersweet celebration, a thank you. This is a presentation of a certificate of recognition to Dietz Brothers Music for their nearly 5 decades, almost 50 years of service, inspiration, and musical excellence to the city of Manhattan Beach. The Dietz Brothers Music Store that was on Sepulveda Boulevard since 1991 has closed, and the principals have moved to Redondo Beach. But the impact of that store and the Dietz family on our city lives on. My family, among many others, had kids that rented musical instruments from the store. My family and I took lessons at the store. My family and I went to that store along with many other residents and just hung out, played music, learned different riffs, spoke about music with the principals, and then there was the Dietz Brothers. The Dietz Brothers were throughout our community present. They would perform in bands at the hometown fair. They would be performing and serenading us for the holiday open house and many, many other events. I think I see a representative of the Dietz Brothers Music Store who I'd like to invite down. And then I also see, I think, former bandmates and music students who can maybe just speak briefly as we just say thank you to the Dietz family for their enormous contribution to our community. Please, come on down. So first, can you introduce yourself and describe your relationship with the Dietz Brothers store?
Sure. I'm Nichelle Thomas, and I am the office manager. It's a pleasure to work there, and leaving Manhattan Beach was hard, but our new place in Redondo is beautiful, and you should come and visit.
So the reason why I wanted to bring our former mayor, Russ Lesser, down is he has firsthand experience having played and been a student of the Dietz brothers, and maybe you can just speak to that a little bit tonight and why you're here tonight.
Yeah, I knew Pat Dietz for over 40 years. I took lessons with our sons, and Pat was a wonderful man. He was far more than a guitar teacher. He was a mentor, he was a confidant, and he was a counselor. And this will get me choked up, and Pat was killed a couple years ago in a horrible traffic accident. He saw his grandson was walking in front of him and at the Del Amo Mall, and he saw a Tesla out of control coming towards his grandson, and he ran and pushed his grandson to safety and was killed. And it was horrible. But I knew Pat. And if Pat knew what was going to happen, he'd do the same thing over again to save his grandson. He was that kind of man. And we have a family band that he was a part of the leader of the band called Thin Ice, because when we're playing, that's what we feel we're on. And we've had a lot of fun through the years with Pat. Actually, we're playing from noon to 1:30 at the hometown fair on Sunday. But anyway, the Dietz brothers were fabulous members of this community. We hate to see them leave. And they made our community a better place.
So thank you to you for coming. We have just a certificate of recognition from the city, from our council colleagues. I'd like to give a city pin for being here tonight, and maybe we can get a picture together, and I'd love for you to be part of it. You already have a pin, he says. Right. Thank you. right, thank you. Let's move forward with an approval of the agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances. I see there's been a motion to accept with a second. Motion to accept by Councilmember Charelian with a second by Councilmember Haworth. Any items to be pulled? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you. We'll now move on to City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events. For up to 1 minute. Please, come on down.
Humble Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city officials, Ted, Brittany, Bobby Bell, Waste Management, Recycling, and Organic Outreach and Educator. Just giving you a quick update. Last Tuesday, I was allowed to present to the seniors at the Jocelyn Center during their lunch. It was a ton of fun, just giving them some tips on recycling. I spoke for about 5 minutes and I answered questions for about a half hour. So I think it went well. They really enjoyed it. As Mr. Franklin pointed out to me, we have a 3-week break before our next meeting, so I wanted to get this out there now. Our last paper shred of the year is coming up on Saturday, October 18th. Sorry, it is Saturday, October 18th. At Maricosta High School, starts at 9 o'clock. All residents and businesses are welcome to bring 3 banker boxes for safe and secure shredding on site, and that paper is recycled. That's all I got. Wishing you guys all God's blessings.
Thank you, Bob.
It's very rare that I have to lift a microphone to speak when I approach a podium. Good evening, Mayor Lesser, member of the City Council. I'm Rachel Johnson, your police chief, and I just wanted to invite the community to our upcoming town hall, which is this Thursday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Jocelyn Center. You can email questions beforehand to askacop@manhattanbeach.gov, and we look forward to seeing the community this Thursday, September 18th, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Jocelyn Center.
Thank you, Chief.
Hello, good to see you guys. For those of you that don't know, I am the Community Library Manager, Cassandra Sargent, over at the Manhattan Beach Library. So I just wanted to plug a few of our upcoming programs that we have. We've talked about it a couple of times, but tomorrow it's official, White Dolphin Surf at 6 p.m. It is going to be, the panelist is going to be hosted by John Roberts, who is the Aquarium Board of Directors, and we're going to interview 4 surfers, and they can talk about their experiences and get to talk about learning about dolphins. Monday, September 22nd, we have a new parent engagement. So we're encouraging new parents to bring their babies and learn about the library, the programs we have, and the services we can offer for them. But it's also an opportunity for them to connect with their other parents and families. And then lastly, September 23rd, we have the Susie Hansen Latin Trio Band. So come outside and listen to some really good music. Thank you.
Excuse me. Just
Please, go ahead.
if I may,
Sure.
to clarify the time, in one resource I saw, it was at 7 p.m. start?
For which one?
Oh, I'm sorry, for the Dolphins.
Dolphins, it is 6 o'clock.
It's definitely 6 o'clock. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Good. Thank you. Any other community announcements in chambers? I see our city manager would like to be recognized
Yes.
before we go to June.
Good
Zoom.
evening, Mayor and council members. I would typically do this during city manager's report, but I wanted to take advantage of the fact that we have an audience here and more people are tuned in. I am very excited to announce that the city has a new community development director. And I would just like to take a second to introduce Masa Alkar and ask him to step to the podium and introduce himself to our community.
Welcome.
Hello. Yeah, I'd like to thank the city manager for the introduction. And yes, I'm very excited to be joining the community and this organization and serving this community. I'm very happy to be in the South Bay and in the heart of the South Bay. I feel like Manhattan Beach really is at the center of things, and I look forward to helping this community meet the challenges of land use, building construction and permitting, the environmental sustainability issues, and transportation and mobility, which all follow under the umbrella of community development. So looking forward to being the new director.
Masa, we have not prepared you for this, but let's see how good you are on your feet. You have a really impressive background in this field. Can you just briefly summarize where you just came from and what you've done in your career?
Yes, no, I'm coming from Beverly Hills. I was the city planner assistant director of community development in Beverly Hills. Lots of the same challenges as Manhattan Beach as far as state housing law and how it's changed the land, the framework of planning communities in California. So I feel that that could be helpful to this community in sort of navigating those issues. Before that, I was in El Segundo for 7.5 years, worked on some of the major projects in El Segundo, such as, the Raytheon area, if you know El Segundo, and the new development, including the LA Chargers Center over there. So, and then before that, I was throughout the West Side as a consultant in land use planning, and also had a stop in Hawaii for a little while, which was great. And,
Fantastic.
And yeah, I'm originally from Canada. I'm originally from the Vancouver area. So,
Masa, we're really pleased you're here. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other community announcements in chambers, please?
Hello, my name is Ryan Bopane, a junior at Miracosta and the founder and president of the Digital Philanthropy Club.
Hey everyone, my name is Luke Finnegan. I'm the vice president of Digital Philanthropy Club.
And we founded the club with the mission to recycle e-waste and support youth education for underserved communities. So far, we have over 25 members, and we've involved lots of students at Costa in volunteering. And last year, we've also expanded to MBMS, Pacific, and Robertson. And this is why we propose that we have a November 8th, Saturday, e-waste collection event at the Manhattan Beach Library. This would benefit Manhattan Beach because it would come at no cost to the city because it would be staffed by members of our club, and it would also be easier for residents to recycle their e-waste because currently they can phone in at Waste Management or they can go to Hyperion, but many residents are unable to make the time to recycle their e-waste that way.
And just for a moment to talk about our credibility, why should you trust us to recycle this? Okay, there's a lot of stuff. So we've already hosted 6 different events, and we've recycled 3,000 electronics. Yeah, 3,000. That's a decent bit of electronics. Not only this, only 25% of all electronics are actually properly recycled. So even your batteries, your phones, your clocks, all of that stuff needs to be recycled properly. And through an event like ours, you can quickly bring it over and do stuff like that. And along with this, we don't just recycle clocks, batteries, phones. We can recycle big things like TVs. In fact, a couple events back, I actually took 4 different TVs out of this guy's truck, brought them all in, and no hassle for him. Because I think everyone knows the struggle of when you have some old electronic that nobody will buy and nobody will use, and you have to put it on your driveway for a bit. Nobody wants to take it, and you have a 20-pound item there. So we're there to step in for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So let me just confirm. Thank you for that presentation. So you don't have an event currently scheduled, is that right?
Correct.
Might I suggest, because the library is run by the County of Los Angeles, maybe you want to chat with our county library manager, who's in the back, and she can give you a card. And then also, if you would like further information about a recycling initiative, perhaps you can speak with city staff. If you can leave your contact information with the city clerk, someone can be in contact with you there.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask him a question?
You may.
Wow, I think we're all very impressed by the idea in your presentation. And so the mayor said you could give your contact information to city clerk, but you guys have any kind of website or social media or, I teed you up. Go for
So
it.
our website is ebridgerecycling.org.
eBridge?
eBridge, yeah.
Okay.
eBridge.
BRIDG. Recycling.org.
Yes.
All right, great, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Any further announcements in chambers? If not, Martha, is there anybody on Zoom that would like to make a community announcement?
There's no request on Zoom.
Okay. In which case, we will move on to public comments. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, and they are intended to concern the jurisdiction of the city. And if you'd like to speak on an item on the agenda, please know that this would be your time to speak, and then when the item is actually called and there's public comment, you would not speak then. But please come down if you'd like to make a public comment. Hi.
Good evening. First, I want to thank Mayor David Lesser, City Council Member Amy Holworth, City Traffic Engineer Eric Zandblay, Lieutenant Kelly Benjamin, and everyone supporting efforts to prioritize the safety hazards facing 2nd Street residents. 2nd Street is special. We are first responders, essential workers, professional athletes, and we are families. We represent everything great about Manhattan Beach, and we are determined to fix these safety hazards now for future generations who will call 2nd Street home. Our call to action is simple. Divert traffic from 2nd Street onto the boulevards. The safety evaluation, thank you for approving, must include all adjacent boulevards, Sepulveda, Artesia, Aviation, and Manhattan Beach. We need more signals on Aviation before and after 2nd Street, and a protected left turn onto 2nd from the westbound Aviation. Overflow traffic must not be pushed into our neighborhood when accidents happen on Aviation or nearby streets. Physical traffic calming is critical. Speed cushions, raised crosswalks, landscaping, and curb extensions. Technology must be part of the solution too. Traffic cameras, license plate readers, and updated stop signs with solar speed displays and flashing borders like those on Manhattan Beach Boulevard. While we await the full safety evaluation, here's what we need now. Manhattan Beach PD presence at Harkness and 2nd and at Redondo and 2nd, guaranteed revenue generator. Daily ticketing of speeders, including e-bikes blowing through stop signs. Enforcement of no-through traffic. Tickets for illegal parking, especially construction vehicles. I can send you a picture today. I have a picture a day of a traffic violation in front of my house. Tickets for drivers who fail to stop for pedestrians. Consistent enforcement during commutes and school start and dismissal times. And do you know there are no crosswalks at the four-way stop on Redondo and 2nd Street that goes to the middle school, Penny Camp, and Miracosta? We urgently need flashing stop signs and crosswalks there and all along Harkness from 2nd to Manhattan Beach Boulevard. There are also none. I again ask for lighted crosswalks at Harkness and 2nd in all directions. And lastly, city-funded banners and yard signs reminding drivers to slow down, no through traffic, people and pets crossing. This is about safety, accountability, and prevention. Thank you. Proud 2nd Street residents for nearly 30 years.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Matt Fleming, 16-year resident of the 1700 block of 2nd Street. I have to tell you, we've had problems for a long time, but we've really bonded as a block now because it's really kind of come to a head. I want to echo a thank you for proceeding with this study. I think it's really important. There's a few things I want to stress. I want to share my personal experiences my family has had. So just in the last few years, we've had 3 mirrors ripped off cars. We've had a car broadsided and a car totaled in February. This is just in the last 6 years, okay? And then we, in my family, because we're close to Harkness, we've told our family, everyone park on Harkness. So we walk across to our home on 2nd Street. But as my neighbor has shared, it's a pretty dangerous cross, so we have to be very careful. So my 78-year-old mother, who was over last month, who I'm not comfortable with her making that cross because no one stops for her, she had her mirror ripped off on her car just in the last month. So we do have a chronic problem that in our first few years we didn't have. The population of Manhattan Beach hasn't expanded that much, but the traffic flow is exponentially higher on 2nd. It's probably because of apps, driving apps, but a few things as we do this study I want to stress. One, when you travel east on 2nd, you hit Aviation. This morning, I'm there at 8 a.m., heading off to work. I'm going to see the cars lined up across from Robinson, from Redondo into Manhattan. You're not allowed to go straight across. There is a sign that says left turn or right turn only. 5 come straight across. It's every morning. and people are cutting through to avoid traffic on Artesia and Manhattan Beach Boulevard. Redondo years ago blocked off Robinson going eastbound for the same reason that we're having our issues. They cut the traffic off. So I'm not saying we should be doing that, but I just want to stress we need enforcement of that sign, and it's usually at rush hours, after school and in the morning. Further, I don't know why. I mean, we bought the house 16 years ago, so it was a through street then, but I don't understand for the life of me why the only lit through streets going east-west in the city are Rosecrans, Marine, Manhattan Beach Boulevard, Artesia, which are all logical, and our little 2nd Street, which is extremely narrow. We have now buses going through there. This week I saw 2 trailers with new cars trying to go through our narrow street. Why they're cutting through, I don't know. But there should be no buses going through there. There should be no trucks going through there. These are just logical steps that we should be taking. And I agree. I hate to say it, but I think to properly do this study, we probably need to accurately get a count, is seal off 2nd Street Aviation for a week or 2. I'm a realist. We're not going to be closing off the outlet of 2nd Street to Aviation. But to properly do this study, the city should see what happens when that happens, and all that traffic spreads across East Manhattan. I don't think it'll all go to the boulevards. That would be my goal too. It's going to spread all across East Manhattan, and it's going to become more of a regional issue. I think that will probably inform the decisions and corrections we make as a city to our street.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Are there any other members of the public that would like to make public comment, please?
Hello, Mayor Lesser, honorable council members. My name is Scott Anderson, and I am a member of the Leadership Manhattan Beach Class of 2026. Just here with a simple thank you to you, Talene, for attending our class last night and giving us a big picture on how our small town government works. And also to the city, I see some department heads there. Thank you for your time as well and meeting with us and actually fielding our questions and telling us about your role in the city as well. We're off to a great start. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the community that would like to speak, please? If there's any other members that would like to speak, I see someone already walking down. Please, maybe just sit in this seat if you could behind the podium. Thank you, please.
Hi, good evening. My name's Hillary Skinner, and I live on 2nd Street as well, and I spoke at the last meeting, so I'll be brief. I think it's a great revenue generator for the city if you sit on Harkness or 2nd and you ticket every single person that goes through the light or blows, hits a car. I mean, it's a real huge problem. It's scary to cross our street. So I really appreciate your looking into this and doing the traffic study and hopefully making our streets safer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rose Austin. I've been a resident for over 50 years. I know this community has changed, and we tried to do something about it a few years ago with the state mandate, but that atrocity on Rosecrans and Highland, that High Rose development, is unbelievable. I don't think people realized what it was going to be like. And there's nothing I don't think we can do about it. I would like to know who is behind the money on that particular project, who's building it and so on. But it's really a shame that we weren't able to fight that. I know we tried to fight it, but I just needed to make a comment because every time I go by there, I just can't believe it. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other members of the public in chambers that would like to make public comment? Seeing none. Martha, anybody on Zoom?
No public comment. Oh, sorry, we have Sally.
Actually, there's someone on Zoom, and then there's another comment in chambers. So maybe what we'll do is we'll take the comment on Zoom, and then in that time, the microphone may need to be brought to the individual who'd like to speak in chambers. So the person on Zoom can go ahead.
Yes, we have Sally.
Hi there. My name is Sally Peel. I have lived here in Manhattan Beach for 17 years, and I am familiar with each of you on City Council, and I appreciate you and your service to our community. I'm wanting to make public comment tonight about the upcoming World Games and events that are happening in LA County, both FIFA World Cup and the Olympics in 2028. I would love to see an exploration of the following ideas: expanding dining hours, potentially allowing people to provide short-term rentals outside of the coastal zone during that time, viewing parties throughout the city. I would love to see our community really embrace, especially the Olympics, and make it for everyone, including locals who don't get tickets to any events. And it would be wonderful to see recognition of former or past residents who have competed in the Olympics. And these are ideas that would be fantastic for our community to embrace and support. So I would sure love to see City Council approve exploration of those ideas.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to participate by Zoom?
There's no additional requests.
Okay, in which case I see there's another member of the public that would like to speak here in chambers. Please.
Kind of difficult to get down there with each chair. I'm John Austin, a 50-year resident also in Manhattan Beach. And just this last week, I started a program with the Leadership Manhattan, 25, 26 year when we finish it. But on Monday, we had, I want to thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, and all of the council who's allowed different members or different leaders of the council in Manhattan Beach to speak with us and sit down with, I would say, about 30 members and say, hey guys, here's what we do. And like I said, I've been here for 50 years. I've been in this room many times, but that was a very pleasant thing and a real learning experience for me. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Okay, is there anybody else in council chambers that would like to offer public comment?
I would be for it.
I will close public comment and then turn to my council colleagues. Councilmember Charelian.
Thank you. I didn't pull this item, but I wanted to thank our new fire chief, Alexander, for item number 6 and taking the opportunity to continue our tradition of donating a surplus fire engine to El Camino College, which was end of life. It was 2000, and we bought a new one, and it was 25 years old. So I appreciate you doing, continuing that tradition, Chief.
Thank you, Councilman. I'd like if I could, any other council member comments? If not, I'd like to follow up with the city manager.
We do.
Yes. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Pro Tem.
There's no button.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lesser. So with a profound sense of grief and heartache, we lost an inspirational, spiritual, and political leader to an assassin's bullet last week. Charlie Kirk was 31, married, and a father of 2 small children. We pray for their life's journey without their husband and father. Charlie courageously put himself forward, leading the way for millions of Americans and others around the world to openly express their beliefs and faith and to respectfully offer a hand of friendship to everyone they met. You did not have to believe in everything he said, but we have to admire his courage to engage in conversations and debate based on civility and merit. Through discourse that is civil and disrespectful, we learn something about the other person and ultimately about ourselves. My mother told us a story of when she and my father were at a party and someone asked him how many kids they had. 10, he answered. The person was astounded and asked, how do you divide your love among 10 children? My father said, you don't divide your love, you multiply it. Multiply your love. Charlie Kirk has shown us we each have plenty to give. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If I could, with the city manager, I wanted to follow up just on the timing of the traffic study for those residents that spoke about 2nd Street. What can we expect?
I don't have an answer to that right now, Mayor, but I could speak to the traffic engineer and report back to the council.
That'd be terrific. I think that'd be helpful for the residents who came down. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments by colleagues? If not, we will move on to the consent calendar. Item H, is there a motion? Motion by Councilmember.
Actually, I'd like to poll.
Yeah, go for it.
So if there's a desire to pull an item from the agenda after we've now approved the agenda, that means we need to reconsider. Is that right? Can you walk us through that, Mr. City Attorney?
Correct, Mayor.
Let's hear what the Mayor Pro Tem would like to do.
Okay, number 7.
So you'd like to pull that, is that right?
Yes, poll number 7.
In which case, Mr. City Attorney, can you walk us through the
Yes,
steps?
motion to reconsider approval of the agenda.
So you'll need to make a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Great.
Is there a second?
There's a second by Councilmember Haworth. We'll have a vote, please.
Good old Robert and his rules.
Motion passes 5-0.
Is there a motion to pull any particular item off the agenda?
So that would be
Item 7.
Item number 7.
So do you want to make a
Sorry
motion
about
to?
that.
That's okay. So I see a motion by Councilmember Haworth, and I presume that is.
And that motion is to approve the consent calendar, except for item number 7.
Yes.
In which case, we'll call for the vote.
Look at that.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and now we'll move forward with the consent calendar with the exception of item number 7. Is there a motion?
I thought I just made that.
Oh,
No?
yes.
That was I said move approval, so.
Yeah, that has been approved. That was different than what I said, but that's exactly
That
the
was my motion.
process.
So, Mr. City Attorney, we do not need a separate vote on the consent calendar now that we.
That's already done. That's been approved, and now you're considering item number 7.
In which case, item number 7, Mayor Pro Tem.
We got there.
What we're trying, for members of the public who are watching, what we want to do is make sure we follow the Brown Act explicitly, which requires that we notify the public on what items we're about to hear so they have an opportunity to speak. We also need to adopt and approve our agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and that's why we had to reconsider it. Now with this item number 7 pulled, the item is a consideration of a resolution approving a comprehensive citywide salary schedule for all city positions and adjustments to salary ranges. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like a presentation by staff, or do you have just some specific questions for staff?
Just specific questions.
Please, you may proceed.
Great, sure. So on our, oh shoot, I didn't put down the date. On our meeting where we discussed the deputy city manager, can you please help me with that date for purposes of?
It was during budget discussions. We discussed it on a number of occasions associated with the budget specifically.
Okay, all right. And we talked about the salary range for the deputy city manager. I understood it to say that it had to be less than the department head because they were not going to be responsible for department heads reporting to them. And so when I went through the detail in the information that was included in the staff report, I was puzzled when I found that the deputy city manager, which is listed on page 146 of 200 of the staff report, it gave the deputy city manager a salary of $15,817. And then all the other department heads are $15,064.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the question, and I can understand how the way that it was presented could be confusing, and perhaps we should have presented that differently. But what I can explain is it's really a question of timing and the logistics of getting our executive compensation plan approved. So if you recall, we had our labor negotiations wrap up before the end of the fiscal year, and the authority that was provided during labor negotiations was also extended to the executive unrepresented employees. However, that compensation plan has not yet gone before council because we've been in the process of working out some of the retirement benefit ancillary issues related to that plan. Originally, those two were scheduled on the same meeting, which was tonight's meeting, and we had to push the comp plan. So all that being said, once the compensation plan is approved by council at a future meeting, which will provide the increase that was previously authorized, they will all be at the same salary level. And that is consistent with what council approved and how it was budgeted as well.
So it will be at the same, you said?
Correct.
They all will
So
be?
because the deputy city manager was a brand-new position, we established it at the budgeted level, but the rest of the directors have not yet caught up with that because their comp plan has not yet been taken to council for final approval, although the authority was previously provided. So the next comp plan you'll see, all the directors and the deputy city manager will have the same salary range.
And Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, just to correct the statement you made earlier, the council voted to have the pay be equal to the department heads, not less than.
Can you give me a minute to look through the transcript? Okay. So the language that I reviewed here was as department heads either being at the level of department heads, like the same salary level, or sometimes it's even a lower level than department heads. And that all depends on how the particular city has chosen to structure the position.
And that discussion was specifically about the structure, but ultimately council made a specific motion on the salary.
Okay, so okay, is there an opportunity to approve this but not approve the department, the deputy city clerk?
Deputy city manager. Is it?
Deputy city manager.
So, Mr. Oh,
Councilmember Howard.
I'm trying to push my button. I'm not sure, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, if I think we could always do that, I think, although we had already we've approved it already. I think what you said, Director Jenkins, is even though it says on here that like a director would be at $15,064 to start, that is going to be adjusted to be, may I finish? The $15,817, so roughly a $700 and something difference, but that's going to be adjusted, so they will be the same.
That's correct, and because it's a new position, the way that we brought it forward on the salary schedule was the budgeted amount that was included in this fiscal year budget. In hindsight, I can certainly see how that would be confusing, given that the comp plan has not come to the city council yet for approval, but most likely by the next council meeting, you'll have a new salary schedule as part of that comp plan that reflects them all at the same salary range.
And the motion, the motion that we made at the time was to create the position and to put it at that level. So.
Yeah, and, we are working in partnership with a recruitment firm, and so part of the thought process is that, we want to be able to advertise it at the level that it will be by the time the person begins in the position. That's just a recruitment consideration.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, yes.
Franklin.
Okay, so what is the difference now between, we've been holding a position open, the assistant to the city manager. So that position was vacated in January of this year, I believe. And so what is the difference between the salary for that position and the deputy city manager, please?
It was discussed as part of the budget process, and I believe it was close to $100,000 was the difference between the two positions, 95 maybe.
Okay.
Further questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Charelian.
Thank you, Your Honor. Director Jenkins, it's 95,000, but if it was brought in a little bit lower, of a lower salary starting point, would it differentiate? Could it be lower than 95?
I would have to look back to see how that comparison was made. I assume it was a point of the range to point of the range comparison. So it certainly could be different depending on the initial salary placement.
Got you. Yeah, the only other thing, this, the attachment threw me off a little bit, but it makes sense what I'm hearing from staff, that this could come back and it would look even with the department heads. And I believe that's what was approved during the budget. I think it was the first week of June, the first budget meeting. But if it's so close to the others being updated, I'm personally not comfortable approving this unless it was all the same.
Any other questions from colleagues at this point? I have one. How would continuing this item affect the recruitment for this position if we were to defer authorizing this pay salary until we considered all the other salary increases? I'm not following the timeline and what the implications of doing so would be.
I think from our perspective, we would feel most comfortable having what was approved on the salary schedule reflected on the job bulletin that goes out. Given the timing, I don't know how significant of an impact that would be. One other alternative, if it was appropriate and there was a way to do it, is you could approve it with the caveat that the salary is equal to the other department heads until the comp plan returns. And that would necessitate, when we post it, like an asterisk that says increase anticipated for an upcoming date. So if you were inclined to move forward, because there are some other position changes that are part of the salary schedule update, and it would be appropriate, instead of removing the position, to note that it will remain at the same salary level until the comp plan returns, that's another alternative to consider.
Okay. Any further questions for staff? Councilmember Charelian.
Yes, can you just clarify, like, how much we're talking about? What's the difference that we are?
It's a 5% difference.
5%, okay, thank you.
Okay. Why don't we open it up for public comment, and then we can come back and continue our council discussion in a moment. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item in chambers? Seeing none, is there anybody on Zoom that would like to address this item?
No request on Zoom.
In which case, we'll close public comment on this item. Council. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Well, I voiced my disapproval of this before. This means that there were combined between the city manager and the proposed deputy city manager of over $600,000 a year to manage a city of our size. In looking at other cities, this equivalent size, considering our history that we've had with a city manager with an assistant city manager, which did not end that well, and the previous city manager indicating at times that maybe he would want some help with this. There was an assistant to the city manager position. It's been empty, or it's been unfilled for 6 months. I would feel a lot better if that had been filled, so we can see what the workload could possibly be for the city manager position. And so the consequence of this is a very expensive proposition for the executive team, especially given the size of our city. So I'm still opposed to the position.
So I see a motion has been made, and I also see Council colleague would like to speak. So Robert's rules would provide for the motion to be heard first. Councilmember Haworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Robert. I would like to move approval of a resolution approving a comprehensive citywide salary schedule. And, my reasons are, we have spoken about this, and, we may disagree on the need for our city, and I totally respect your opinion, but I feel that we had a lot of discussion about this, and I do see quite a need for this position. So I made the motion to approve it. I'm also okay, what my colleague said about, it doesn't look like, you know, it lines up on here, but we know it's supposed to line up, so if there's any kind of caveat, I'm okay with that, but, so I made the motion.
Very good. And I see that's been seconded by Councilmember Charelian, who's also asked to speak. Councilmember Charelian.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your points. I think we spent a few weeks discussing this, and so I know that you have some concerns about it, and I felt like we've gone through the whole process, and so I wanted to make sure that the public understands this isn't something we're deciding tonight. This has already been voted on, decided, discussed at great lengths, and so I just wanted to make sure that people understand this has been a process that we've been going through, and I understand the Mayor Pro Tem's disapproval, and he wants to bring it back up again, but just so that we're all on the same page, this has been discussed, this has been noticed, we've gone through the public process on it, and I understand that there is a discrepancy, and I appreciate the explanation of how it's, you know, and how we're going to reconcile that going forward. So from my perspective, I feel like there's been transparency, and there's a mechanism where we are ensuring that the salaries are where they're supposed to be. And then I also know, I mean, we, just having been on council since I got sworn in December, there are so many projects that even as I'm learning that we need to get done. The 2nd Street corridor, that's been a thing that's been going on. I know there's the infiltration projects, we've got undergrounding, and so we are a very special community, right, with a lot of needs and a lot of wants. And so I think in order to fulfill all of that, as we've discussed before, we're trying to make sure that we have enough staff so that we can accommodate all of the things that we want in this community. And I do understand it's expensive, and that's why we went through the budgeting process, to make sure that we're doing what we can to afford it, because if we want these things, it's gonna cost us money, and if we wanna bring in the best of the best for the city, which I would hope that we would wanna do, then we have to set a salary that is commensurate with what people are asking. Like, we're paying $50,000 under what everybody else wants. We're not gonna get the best of the best. So I just wanted to say that, and then I have the, I've seconded the motion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. I too want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Franklin for raising his concerns, particularly as it relates to costs. I was among those during this discussion that would not exceed the original request for an assistant city manager. We had a long conversation about the workload in the city manager's office. We have a $194 million budget, annual budget, $194 million budget. We are short-staffed. We have temporary staff members. There is a need for further support for our single city manager. So through our council discussions, we came up with what was something of a compromise, a deputy city manager to assist, particularly because presently that city manager's office is short-staffed. The reason why an interim assistant to the city manager was not hired, I believe, is because had that position been filled, that would have prevented the full pay being available for a deputy city manager as directed by council. So I will be supporting the motion, but I appreciate the concerns raised by the Mayor Pro Tem. We all have to, and we are cognizant of our overall budgetary expenses. But this is a case where there's so many issues going on in our city right now where we need to move forward and go on with this recruitment. So call for the vote, please.
Motion passes 3-2. Councilmember Franklin and Councilmember Charelian voting no.
Okay. We will now move on to general business. Item number 10, which is consideration of the South Coast Air Quality Management District Electric Lawn and Equipment Program. I see our new Community Development Director has stepped down for this first very controversial, highly tense, complicated program. Please, I'm pleased.
Yes, a hard one to start. Yeah. So, good evening again, Mayor Lesser and members of the council. Yes, this is for a item for the council's discussion and potential direction, including any staff direction you might have. Our environmental programs administrator, Brittany Coker, Moen is going to provide the staff report. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Lesser, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. As Masa said, my name is Brittany Coker-Moen. I'm your Environmental Programs Administrator in the Community Development Department. The presentation this evening is to follow up on the City Council's request on the May 6th, 2025 discussion, or request to discuss the South Coast Air Quality Management District's electric lawn and garden equipment exchange programs. I will refer to the South Coast Air Quality Management District as the AQMD, if that's okay. So the AQMD programs incentivize the exchange of gas and diesel-powered lawn and garden equipment for battery electric alternatives. Incentives are available to residents, commercial gardeners and landscapers, nonprofits, and schools. So the reason for these programs is because gas and diesel-powered lawn and garden equipment emit smog-producing pollutants, contributing to local and regional air pollution. Today, operating a commercial lawnmower for 1 hour emits as much pollution as driving a new light-duty passenger vehicle almost 300 miles, according to the California Air Resources Board. Specifically, residential and commercial lawn and garden equipment makes up 69% of all small off-road engines. This category of small off-road engines encompasses spark ignition engines rated at or below 19 kilowatts. Other than lawn and garden equipment, this is commonly generators, pressure washers, and some construction and farming equipment. As of 2021, emissions from these small off-road engines already exceeded the emissions of light-duty passenger vehicles in California. And emissions from these engines are projected to reach nearly double those produced by passenger vehicles by 2031, according to the California Air Resources Board. The South Coast AQMD is the regulatory agency responsible for controlling emissions with the aim to improve air quality and protect the health of those who work and reside in Los Angeles, Orange, and San Bernardino counties. As part of their efforts to reduce pollution and improve air quality, South Coast AQMD offers these 2 electric lawn and garden equipment programs that we're discussing today: the Residential Electric Lawn and Garden Rebate Program and the Commercial Electric Lawn and Garden Equipment Exchange Program. These programs, as mentioned, incentivize consumers and commercial landscapers and gardeners to replace their existing gas and diesel-powered lawn and garden equipment with battery electric alternative equipment. So first, I'd like to talk a little bit about the residential program. The Residential Electric Lawn and Garden Rebate Program offers rebates of up to $250 for the purchase of cordless battery electric equipment with the return of an operable gas or diesel-powered equivalent equipment. And equivalent equipment for this program means that you cannot exchange, say, a lawnmower for a chainsaw. Equivalent needs to be a 1-for-1 exchange. Eligible equipment includes lawnmowers, trimmers, chainsaws, and leaf vacuums. Residents may apply for the rebate after the return of their existing gas or diesel-powered equipment and with the purchase of an equivalent cordless battery-operated piece of equipment. Residents are able to apply for up to 3 rebates for up to 3 pieces of equipment. The amount of the rebates will depend on the sale price of the new equipment being purchased. So as shown on the screen here, for equipment that is priced at $250 or less, the rebate will reach a maximum of up to $150. For new equipment between the prices of $251 to $400, the maximum rebate amount is $200. And for equipment that is $401 or more, the maximum rebate is $250. And these rebate amounts are not able to exceed the purchase price. So if you're looking at an equipment, a piece of equipment that costs $100, you can't get a full $150 rebate for that equipment. So moving on to the commercial program, the Commercial Electric Lawn and Garden Equipment Exchange Program similarly offers incentives for the replacement of gas or diesel-powered equipment for equivalent battery-operated equipment. However, This program does not provide rebates after purchase, but rather applies a discount to the purchase price of eligible equipment through vouchers that are offered to the participating retailers. This program applies to commercial landscapers, gardeners, nonprofit organizations, colleges, and school districts. Eligible equipment for the commercial program includes chainsaws, trimmers, edgers, brush cutters, leaf vacuums, walk-behind lawnmowers, and ride-on or sit-on lawnmowers. South Coast AQMD's website does include a full list of all eligible equipment models. That is one of the differences between the residential and the commercial program. The commercial program does have a list of very specific eligible models, though it is a long list. Participating retailers will assist buyers with determining their eligibility with their existing equipment and selecting approved battery-operated equipment, battery electric equipment that is on South Coast AQMD's list. The retailer will then apply for a voucher through the South Coast AQMD on the buyer's behalf. Once the retailer receives the voucher, the buyer can then return to the retailer, turn in their existing equipment, and purchase the replacement battery electric equipment at the discounted price. So there's no need in this program to apply for a rebate. This equipment will be discounted up to either 85% of the retail price or the maximum amounts listed here for each category of equipment. So you can see here for chainsaws, trimmers, edgers, and brush cutters, the maximum discounted amount is either $700 or 85% of the product price. For leaf vacuums, it is $1,400 maximum discount. For walk-behind lawnmowers, it is $1,500. And for ride-on or sit-stand lawnmowers, it is $15,000 to be discounted as a maximum. The community should also be aware that all mechanical leaf blowers, whether electric, battery, or gas-powered, are prohibited for use in Manhattan Beach pursuant to Manhattan Beach Municipal Code. This ordinance was adopted by City Council in 1998 to address concerns from the public regarding the threat posed by leaf blowers to air quality and public health. The ordinance primarily addresses the nuisance caused by blowing dust and debris into the air and onto adjoining properties. Such dust and debris can include mold spores, pesticides and insecticides, animal feces, fertilizers, brake dust and rubber from vehicle tire wear, and other heavy metals found on our streets and gutters. While the South Coast AQMD electric lawn and garden programs do include the exchange of gas-powered leaf blowers for electric leaf blowers, residents of Manhattan Beach, as well as landscapers and gardeners operating in Manhattan Beach, should again be aware that all types of leaf blowers are not permitted for use in the city. With that being said, many leaf blowers do come with a vacuum attachment, and these gas-powered leaf blowers can be exchanged in this program for an electric blower with a vacuum attachment, and vacuums are permitted for use in the city. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council discuss and provide direction on the proposed next steps to conduct community education and increase awareness of the electric lawn and garden programs through promotion, which could include city social media channels, the city website, city newsletters, and promotion at city-hosted and community events. Thank you.
Brittany, thank you for that presentation. Can we go back to that last slide, the second to last slide, one more time? Thank you. So we are having a presentation on these potential opportunities through the AQMD for electric garden equipment. Can you repeat one more time what our city's law is as it relates to mechanical blowers of any kind, electric or gas?
Correct. So Manhattan Beach Municipal Code, I believe it is 5.48.330, if I'm remembering correctly.
You memorize.
Prohibits, I look at it all the time, prohibits the use of all mechanical blowers. So that is gas, battery, electric, plug-in if those exist. Any and all blowers that force air out of them to clean leaves and debris are not permitted for use. However, blowers with a vacuum attached that are not pushing air out but sucking debris in are permitted for use in the city.
So one of the staff requests for presenting this item at the request of council is to convey public information about this program. But what's not posted here is where residents can find more information. And I recognize that's something staff is looking for authorization to do. But for now, preliminarily, where can residents find information about this program?
So the South Coast AQMD website has some information. I have looked for flyers and cannot find them, and I have reached out to ask if they have actual outreach material. My last inquiry to them took quite some time to hear back. So I'm hoping to get some official outreach material, but their website does have the list of all the materials. I believe there's also a list of participating retailers, and that's just for the commercial program because you have to go through a participating retailer, whereas for the residential side, you can just purchase the equipment, fill out the rebate on their website.
See you, Councilmember Haworth, is subject to direction from this council, we can post that information on our city website at a minimum for anybody who might be watching this and might be interested where they can find out information. Councilmember Haworth.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, gosh, it is a bit confusing, and I struggle with that because we already get slammed with our leaf blower policy because we don't enforce it, and now we're saying, hey, go ahead and turn it in, and if you get electric, you'll get a rebate. And so I guess maybe this is more of a comment. But I would like to ask my colleagues, subject to public comment and all, if we want to, and I don't know that we do, revisit any part of that policy. It was not obvious to me that we allow electric blowers with vacuum attachments, correct? I was not aware of that. So, I mean, to me, sure, we can put this on our website underneath environmental, hey, if you have one of these, you want to get rid of it, but I don't know, it has to be more clear. And then I would like to ask, too, with the education piece of it, let's say we work something out that makes sense. Are there ideas beyond social media and website? Because I don't feel that reaches people. I mean, it does reach people sometimes for events and things like that, but when you're talking about policy or when you're talking about these kind of events, is there any thought to reaching out to people where they are, neighborhood meetings or whatnot?
Yes, definitely. With council direction, we could absolutely pursue that. We do have gardeners and landscapers are required to have a business license to operate in the city, so we do have methods to reach them directly. We can send mailers. I believe some of them have email addresses input, but not many. So there are definitely ways we can do that. We can talk to our local stores, put up information there if they're willing to have a poster or a flyer up.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Okay, and adding on to that thought, would they be multilingual as well?
Yes, absolutely. English and Spanish.
Okay. How about explain enforcement today? Or, it has traditionally been by complaint. Have we considered, or would it be council direction to make that enforcement, directed by our code enforcement?
Yes, so our code enforcement team does currently do proactive enforcement. So when they do see leaf blowers being used, they are issuing citations. However, they have to see the leaf blower in use. They can't just see a leaf blower on someone's truck because they could be using it in other cities. So they are reactive, responding to complaints, and proactively, when they catch people doing or using leaf blowers, they are issuing citations.
Would a video be acceptable?
I don't believe so, but.
The video is not acceptable.
All right, and so how about our own staff, our own subcontractors, the city landscapers and the like? Are they fully compliant?
They are subject to the same rules, and I believe we do hold them to that. In terms of full compliance, I don't have the answer off the top of my head.
Okay. And what is the fine? What is the fine structure now?
I believe it is a misdemeanor up to 1,000 according to the municipal code.
The initial is $250.
Okay. And then next one gets higher, next one gets higher.
So the citation itself is $250, and I think, and I can give you, yeah, I was looking for Ryan.
Where's Ryan?
Ryan Heiss, building official, also in charge of code enforcement. So Brittany's correct, it's up to $1,000, so we typically structure it with 250, 500, and 1,000. First, second, third.
Okay, great. And how about our code enforcement team? I mean, how robust is that? I mean, we are 4 square miles.
Sure,
as a
so
city.
City Council did increase our code enforcement staffing a few years ago. So we have increased by 2 members, and that does allow us to do the proactive patrol now. That's one of the things that we expanded to with that increase. With that said, we don't have a dedicated officer patrolling for leaf blowers 5 days a week, as there's other things to be done with the staff that we have.
I'm just trying to prepare for the emails to council. How much enforcement has there been?
So we have a proactive patrol that's basically consistent. So all members of the team can participate in that proactive patrol when they're out and not responding to an urgent request. They'll stop anytime they see a leaf blower being used.
But historically, I mean, has there been?
That's been
5 a month, 0 a month, 20 a month?
So the proactive patrol started, the current proactive patrol started basically at the beginning of this year. We started with an educational campaign, mailing out pamphlets in the utility bills and having flyers in both English and Spanish. And then this year, I don't know the last few months, but there was definitely 3 to 6 a month from starting about March on.
Okay, and I know it's an irritant for a lot of residents. At least we get complaints about the noise. How does a resident report the use of this equipment?
Sure.
To the city?
So on the code enforcement website is how to report any type of code violation, which leaf blowers falls under. And they can email the code enforcement team at code@manhattanbeach.gov or call, since this is a more transient violation, at 310-802-5518 to our code enforcement office, and we answer that during business hours. That being said, oftentimes with leaf blowers, by the time we reach the site, they have stopped use. So we will, with that call, if they have any information about the typical time or day that it's being used, we do follow up at least 3 times after that if we don't catch them that time. As Brittany mentioned, we do have to see the leaf blower in use in order to cite. If it's not in use and we get a complaint, we currently are starting an educational campaign, and we automatically send a mailer to the residents as well, advising them that leaf blowers are not allowed, mechanical blowers are not allowed, whether or not we observe the violation.
Right, okay.
How about the app? Sorry.
That's right.
Is there like a button on the app for code enforcement?
There is not. Code enforcement uses a different program for tracking purposes, so it's best to either email or call the code enforcement
Golly,
team.
it seems like that's a missed opportunity. Okay.
And there was a comment you made, thank you, Ryan. There was a comment you made, Brittany, that it has to be like for like. So if I've got a leaf blower, can I exchange that for a leaf vacuum?
Yes, yeah, so
Okay.
those are in the same category, but you
Okay,
wouldn't be able to exchange a lawnmower for a leaf vacuum or a chainsaw for a lawnmower.
Great, sorry, colleagues, I've been immersed in this, so.
No, that's a
No,
good,
no,
that
that's great.
last one was a
All the
particularly good
questions.
point.
They're all
Thank
good
you.
questions.
Any other council questions? Thank you. I'll open it up for public comment. Any member of the public care to
I
come
thought
down?
you were going to say, sorry, colleagues, I've got all these chainsaws that I'm trying to get.
Well,
rid of."
you know.
Any members of the public care to come down and speak on this item? No one in chambers. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have Diane Wallace.
Terrific.
Good evening, council. Since we're discussing code enforcement and we've recently added staff to the code enforcement staff, I'm wondering if someone can be tasked to alternate code enforcement on Saturdays and Sundays, especially for this, because there are lots of landscapers that come into the city that blow on Saturday and Sunday. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom?
There's no other request on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Checking once, twice. Close public comment. Council. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, before you go, let me just quickly ask the staff a follow-up question based on public comment, and that is code enforcement on weekends. What is our capacity on weekends for code enforcement?
Sure, with the increase in staffing, we have been able to fulfill 6 days a week. So we do have an officer on Saturday, a single officer on Saturday that does patrol for leaf blowers, construction violations, and any other calls that come in. Oftentimes downtown patrol as well. We initially had an officer on Sundays, but there wasn't the volume to justify that resource. We keep Saturdays filled as a 9-hour day.
And just to follow up on Councilmember Howarth's question, if there was direction from council to include a code enforcement request on the app, is that something that could be explored?
We have looked into that in the past, and the tracking system for code enforcement cases is through our permitting software that ties the code enforcement cases with the permits that are required as well. Leaf blowers don't require a permit, but many of the code violations do. So if the violation is reported on the app, we do receive it. So it can be reported that way, but it takes longer because it has to go through the app and then come to us. But we will receive it and we'll respond. What we do is we close it on the app and we bring it into our own software. So it can be received that way. It's just not the quickest way to get us the message.
Helpful. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes. Thank you, staff, for this report. I really appreciate it. I found this information from the AQMD and thought it would be appropriate to bring it to council to have my colleagues look at it and take a vote on it. It's a simmering issue. I mean, many of us maybe aren't even aware of what our hired gardeners do and when they do it and how they do it. And it's our responsibility. They're working on your property, which is part of the city, not part of the city, but you know, these are regulations that that make sense. It maintains the health of our residents. It maintains the health of the people that are living in that home. The noise is a nuisance. Hopefully with electric battery-operated equipment, that would mitigate the noise issue. I would say help, if you're hiring a gardener or a landscaper, help them transition. Talk to them. One of their concerns, because I talked to several of them, is that the batteries don't last that long. They only last for 2 homes, perhaps. So they have to have a phalanx of batteries, extra batteries, recharging in the van. Is offer, so for example, I offer to mine the use of our outlets, so that if they're going down the street or whatever, they can recharge batteries, come back and collect them, so they can go ahead and continue their day. You know, help to make this easier for them to become compliant and also to be a better neighbor here. I'm hoping that it will serve to mitigate the noise, to mitigate the dust that's being blown up into the air. The other thing I did just with my own gardener and talking with him in my not so great Spanish, but is that it's very expensive for them to do this, transition. But also it's time consuming even to use a leaf vacuum. So I asked him in the meanwhile to go ahead and use a broom, the old fashioned way. And I said, please charge me more per month. So be sympathetic, be helpful, be caring. These people are doing that work because, at least in my case, I don't want to do it, okay? And so help them out and make their job as easy as possible for them. Thank you.
Before I call on Councilmember Haworth, can I just confirm what direction is staff seeking from council tonight? Are you expecting a motion? Are you expecting just comment? What direction are you looking from council tonight?
We're seeking direction in how City Council would like us to educate this program to our residents, if that's the goal. Whether that's through the, I believe, 4 ideas in the recommendation or additional ideas as well.
Great. Did you want to offer any?
Oh, sure, yeah. In terms of what you talked about already, that would be great. We have opportunities all through the year to talk to people about it, as whenever we can demonstrate it. I think I might have asked you if you have a booth at the hometown fair. You can go ahead and discuss that, answer questions with people. Realtors, help us out when people move in, tell them about it so their greeting in Manhattan Beach is not a $250 fine. So help make them aware of it. And then just the usual things that we do in such a good way to notify people.
Great. Councilmember Haworth.
First of all, it was so good to hear from you, Ryan, to understand that we actually do some proactive enforcement. We haven't always been able to do that. And in fact, I was quoted in one of the local papers as saying it's almost impossible to enforce. And anyway, but it's good to know that we do proactive enforcement in addition to reactive, which is really tough. And I want somehow to get the message out that we do get 3 to 6, citations a month, because it is frustrating to residents. Oh my gosh, my neighbor's using this and it's so loud, or it's, I have asthma and it's blowing over to me, and so we are trying to do the best we can in enforcement. And I just think if whatever we end up doing, our education has to be so clear that, hey, listen, we don't allow these leaf blowers here unless, correct me if I'm wrong, is it only electric with a vacuum bag, or is it electric or gas with a vacuum bag?
I don't believe we have any prohibition on gas, to my knowledge.
Okay, so, I want us to be really clear. Like, it's great to make this program known to people, but I don't want them to suddenly think, oh, I've got this old, blower in here, I'm gonna turn it in for electric and now I can use it. So that's my concern, that we are so clear and use plain speak, as I like to say. So that's my comment.
Very good. Councilmember Charelian.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward. I know it's something that we hear about a lot through our residents, so thank you for that. And Ryan, I think you do a great job with your code team out there. I see them driving around and enforcing our rules and regulations. I personally have seen a lot of gardeners in the city. I don't think I've seen one ever with a vacuum. I don't know if anybody else has. This is an opportunity to educate, as you indicated. I wonder if we can, is it an education about the AQMD item, or are we going to continue educating about, the non-use of blowers?
Yeah.
I guess that's a question.
So this item specifically was to address education on those programs, but because that program does allow the exchange of leaf blowers, we would tie that in with education on the ban on leaf blowers and what the available alternatives are.
Got you. So that will circulate as to whatever the communication. How are you going to communicate? Do we know how we're going to communicate outside of just the website?
There are things we can look into. So I mentioned we could send out a mailer. We do have contact information. We can mail out directly to residents, to landscapers. We can reach out to our local businesses that maybe supply these types of equipment, provide them with educational materials to provide to their customers as well.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just see this as an opportunity. I know it's not the item as far as just, banning all leaf blowers. I know this is a different item, but it just is a real thing out there, and it just happens, and I know we can't get to all of them, but like I said, I've yet to see a vacuum on a leaf blower in all my years here, so that's it.
Councilmember Charelian.
Just wanted to thank the Mayor Pro Tem for bringing this up. Anytime there's an opportunity to green our city and the processes, I'm supportive of. So I think this is a great way for us to offer and bring information to the public and incentivize the switching of gas-powered equipment for green, more sustainable equipment. I support what's being recommended, which is community education, increase the program awareness, social media, city website, and newsletters outreach, and at events that are hosted by the city and community. So, I'd be supportive of advising or giving direction to staff in that direction. And as far as the leaf blowers, and, I hope I don't blow it with this comment, but.
I'll leave it alone.
But I've noticed a difference, at least in my neighborhood, especially on, now that I'm a lot more aware of the issues. And it has definitely been quieter, so I appreciate that as well. And I think, I think a few tickets, it's an expensive ticket when you are, a gardener. They don't make a ton of money, so I think once that messaging gets out there, I do see that there would be room for improvement. So thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. I do see there's a motion, but for my own comments, I would simply say I support the evolving consensus here, and to emphasize that on the city's website, at a minimum, we reiterate and repeat over again the illegality of blowers, whether electric or gas. Emphasize that. And perhaps, as was mentioned, we see an opportunity here that the vacuum with the bag capability is something that is an alternative for residents, and it's subject to this rebate program. So I think we advertise it on our website and with the other collateral. With that, I do see that there's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. Please.
Do I just have one opportunity for one last question? A discussion maybe on citing the homeowner or the business, and what might be your recommendation on that?
Question? Sorry. Oh, we already do that. So administrative citations are the method that we use to cite for leaf blowers, and they can be delivered to the responsible party. The responsible party can be the landscaper, the property management company, or the property owner or tenant.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
And I have just a follow-up question for the.
Councilmember Hogan.
Thank you. Sorry to press the button, but I think Mayor Pro Tem Franklin mentioned, like, if we could put it on our website, right, like to link to the AQMD, et cetera. Is that part of the plan? That would be part of the plan? Yes, I got a nod of the head. Okay, great, thank you.
All right, great. So my motion is to accept staff recommendations with the addition of any other, we've got social media, city website, and newsletters, outreach at city-hosted and community events. I didn't see, would that include the utility bill, inclusion into the utility bill?
Yes, if that's the direction to include, that is one of the methods, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then also to create a robust webpage on the city website with links to the appropriate categories of information we discussed here today.
I see that motion has been seconded by Councilmember Charnay, and there is a request to be recognized by Councilmember
Yes,
Charelian.
quick second bite at the apple. I hate that because Mayor Pro Tem was just reading the recommendation. Are we able to do something with the business licenses as well? I mean, we have emails now. We have a new business license host. I'm sure they're gathering emails that we were unable to gather for years. So that's a great opportunity. They probably have 500 or so licensed gardeners, as last I remember.
Yes.
That's an opportunity, not just to do it once, but maybe to do it on an annual basis.
Yes, there has been discussion with our new software when we do business license renewals to include additional supplemental information at that time.
I have a question, which could be interpreted many ways, but it's just a factual question, and that is the prohibition, if it would be included in a mailer, in just English, or could it also be in another language?
We typically do English and Spanish.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Any other council member questions or comments? Seeing none, call for a vote, please.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, before we move on to the next item, propose we take a 5-minute break. We'll stand in recess.
Okay.
Pegasus, can we go live?
Okay, thank you. I'd like to resume our city council meeting of September 16, 2025 with item number 11, consideration of preparation and participation strategies for the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Olympics and Paralympics game. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, council and members of the council. Sorry, Mayor and members of the council. Staff has been working with the Olympics and World Cup Subcommittee to understand what the full breadth of opportunities and experiences are in relation to these two major sporting events. What you have in front of you is a sample of some of the more complex options that would require more time and resources to develop. One of the goals this evening is to understand if the council desires to pursue or further explore any of these opportunities or experiences. By understanding what type of experiences the city is interested in offering, if any, staff would be able to accurately assess and then address the associated safety, traffic, and parking impacts. The ultimate goal is safety and preparedness. With that brief introduction, I would like to invite the city's Communications and Civic Engagement Manager, Alexandria Latrania, to present this item this evening.
Good evening. Alexandria Latrania. I'm the Communications and Civic Engagement Manager. Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Thank you for having me. Tonight, we're going to be discussing how Manhattan Beach should prepare for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, as well as the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games that are going to be hosted in the LA region. Staff has been actively working with the coordinated regional, actively working on preparing our city for these games. But we have been working on attending regional meetings as well as working with our Olympic and FIFA World Cup subcommittee, and we've established organizational leadership frameworks necessary to move forward with the comprehensive planning for these events. Our subcommittee includes personnel from our police and fire departments, our finance department, our parks and recreation department, our community development departments, all in efforts to coordinate our response as a city together. And we're pretty lucky to have a very talented team, specifically Jeff Conover from our Parks and Rec department. He's our recreation supervisor, and he was actually previously a coach for the U.S. women's beach volleyball team and won a silver medal in the London Games, which he asked me not to say that, but...
That's all right, it'll be just our secret, no one will hear.
But I just wanted to highlight that we have a very talented staff that's working together with our business community as well as all of our departments together, and it really is my favorite part of working with the city is seeing all the departments come together and how beautifully they really work together. So our goal tonight, as Charelian mentioned, is that we want to be very careful and very deliberative in how we prepare and that we're very efficient with our time and that we are fiscally responsible with the preparations that we make in anticipation for both the 2026 FIFA World Cup Games as well as the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2028. So what we're asking for tonight is we would like to understand the breadth of how council would like the city to participate in these global games, and by understanding your desired level of engagement, we can develop our public safety, parking, traffic needs based off of that participation level. And we would just love to understand what your appetite is for engagement so we can start to plan accordingly. All right, all that said, let's get into it. So this first slide, I just wanted to run you through kind of the context of these games and give a little bit of perspective on them. So there's the games by the numbers, and these numbers there's more in your staff report, but these are just some of the bigger numbers I wanted to call out. So for the FIFA World Cup, LA is going to be hosting 8 games, including the U.S. men's national team opening match that's on June 12th, 2026. So that's a big one right here in our backyard. We are also going to be hosting in 2028 for the Olympics. and the Paralympic Games, there's anticipated 10 to 15 million tickets being sold across 800 events. And there's 3 million unique attendees to those games, as well as an $18 billion economic output. And I just wanted to also provide a little bit of perspective because LA has been here before in 1984. And there were a mere 5 million tickets sold for those games. And so just in comparison, we're anticipating 3 times that amount being sold for the 2028 games. Also in 1984, there were 221 events and 6,800 athletes. There was only 1 event in Inglewood for basketball at the Forum. And in 2028, there's going to be 800 events with 15,000 athletes. So it's a much bigger scale. In addition, there's been a 20% population increase on average in LA County. So and then the last bullet point, this was a fun stat that LA 28 likes to mention. You may have heard this in the news, but the Olympics is the equivalent of holding 7 Super Bowls per day for 16 days. So these are big events. And then here's a timeline for you. So the FIFA World Cup is going to be hosted between June 12th and July 10th. So that's going to represent 8 matches, as I mentioned, in Los Angeles. The Olympic and Paralympic Games will take place between July 12th and August 27th. And I threw in there some of the bigger games. So the beach volleyball finals, I know in our community we're interested in beach volleyball, so I threw that one in there. That's going to be hosted July 28th through the 29th. The opening ceremony on July 30th. And then I threw in also a couple of MB-specific events. So you can see on August 4th through 6th, it would be anticipated for 6-man and junior 6-man tournaments to take place. And then concurrently, we would have the Paralympic opening ceremony that would happen on the 15th, and then potentially the NBO tournament the 17th through the 20th. And then finally culminating August 27th for the Paralympic closing ceremony. And so these are, clearly there's visitors that are expected to travel to the LA area within this time period. People would be traveling before to train, be traveling here to spectate and compete, and then potentially vacation both before, on, and after and during the games. And then this venue map is interesting because it shows kind of a bird's eye view of where all the venue locations will be, and it's just here to illustrate kind of proximity between Manhattan Beach and some of the venue locations. So the venue locations are there in blue, and you can see that some of the bigger ones like LAX is 4 miles from here. We're 7 miles from the Intuit and SoFi stadiums where many Olympic and Paralympic games will be played, as well as the FIFA World Cup will be played as well. And then 14 miles from the Olympic Village and less than 20 miles from many of the other game venues. So this map really illustrates why preparation really matters to us. These events will impact Manhattan Beach whether we plan for them or not. Our proactive approach ensures that we can shape that impact to benefit our community while protecting our residents. And so far, staff has really been working on within the three pillars that are right here. So all of our conversations and our discussions have revolved around these 3 pillars for us. It's to protect our residents and our visitors, prepare our community and infrastructure, and participate in these historic moments. And so they've really informed the strategic planning priorities that are listed for you right there, which I will go through in more detail, obviously. But really keeping our recommendations or preparation around public safety and emergency preparedness, any policy modifications that may be necessary or recommended, working on cultural programming, and public engagement. So I'm going to start with protecting our community. So staff has identified key initiatives that will be informed by the level of engagement that the council ends up deciding on for our games. But these will have an impact on our public safety agencies. So staff could potentially explore hiring a consultant to help navigate us through an emergency response assessment. Obviously, in emergency preparedness, early preparation is critical, and 2026 is approaching very quickly. But within any sort of assessment, we would want to identify regional coordination and ways to communicate effectively with our regional partners. And so potentially hiring a consultant for that could help us get to that place. And creating updated evacuation and traffic management procedures would also be part of those recommendations and key initiatives. And next up, we have regulatory adaptations. So there are two specific regulatory adaptations that we have identified for City Council consideration to explore further. So the first one there are short-term rentals. And so, as you know, short-term rentals are prohibited if they're under 30 days outside of the coastal zone. And so one thing that we could potentially explore is a temporary modification for global events. Just to give a little bit of perspective, last year we had 175 licensed short-term rentals, which generated $1.5 million in TOT revenue for fiscal year 24-25. And right now, residents outside the coastal zone currently cannot participate in this hosting. So, we could potentially explore expanding this with parameters and to make sure that we are protecting our residents and ensure proper licensing and to maintain the neighborhood character. So you could choose to limit the number of short-term rentals allowable. So this recommendation would really just be for us to explore it further and come back with a full look at this ordinance and the potential for this. One other thing to note on that, because I did mention the revenue generated. So the revenue could, of course, if we were to expand it, the revenue could help fund event-related city services, so public safety, sanitation, and traffic, or even code enforcement. Oh, sorry, let me finish this one first. Oh, it's going the wrong way, sorry. Here we go. So the next one on the list there for regulatory adaptations is use permits. So use permit conditions will often restrict operating hours. For example, indicating that a business must close by 10 p.m., for example. So that's really what a use permit we're talking about here. But right now in our municipal code, we do have allowable extension for hours, so modification of the use permit for New Year's Eve. So businesses are able to modify their use permits and have extended operation hours on New Year's Eve only. So staff is recommending exploring a similar exception for FIFA World Cup and Olympics events. So these would be temporary modifications, potentially with necessary parameters. So the potential changes would allow local businesses to maximize economic benefits, increase tax revenue during peak events, and provide for a more controlled approach with specific time limits. Okay. And so we've also been discussing celebrating our heritage, and there are a number of potential opportunities that staff could explore further for community programming and cultural events, and we can run through those now. The first one is for team engagement, and as you know, our beaches are renowned for their beautiful sand, and teams have already indicated they will be training here during the Olympics in 2028. So they already are coming, but it leaves open a fantastic opportunity for us to jump on. So these pre-Olympic training partnerships could be established to host meet and greet events with youth volleyball programs and camps, community events with international teams and athletes, and educational programs highlighting our volleyball history. There's also key opportunities to showcase the city's heritage in volleyball, the Olympics, and sporting excellence through art. And for example, and I'll show you guys a little bit of a preview of the next slide. But for example, this is something that we had been talking about in our Olympic and FIFA World Cup subcommittee meeting, but and I had Kristen mock this up for us, our digital communications coordinator. But just as an idea, an example of the potential that's out there, but this is something that we could utilize the Walk of Fame and then highlight community members who are either Olympians, former Olympians, or somehow related to our community, and really celebrate that part of our community and the sporting excellence that has been a beloved part of Manhattan Beach for so long. So this is really just leveraging the Walk of Fame to showcase those Olympians or former Olympians. And I'll go back. Another opportunity is a live watch site, so hosting a live watch site. And this is an opportunity that we could work with either LA28 or FIFA World Cup in order to host kind of a big screening of one of the games. And so we could pick a place in our city that is more strategic, that would allow people to enjoy these events in a way that's more coordinated. And we've been speaking with the police department, and they indicated that sometimes it's almost easier in opportunities like this to have a more planned out, coordinated, well-prepared event where people are viewing, the World Cup finals or what maybe like the beach volleyball finals in a more strategic location. They noted that at the last World Cup, many visitors were at the bars or watching, on a bigger screen TV at a restaurant, but it was spilling out into the streets, and that obviously is not the most ideal. So this was an opportunity where we could really control that broadcast and the event together and be more prepared. Another opportunity would be the potential for the Olympic torch relay, and this is something that we don't have a lot of control on, but I would like to hear your thoughts if this is something that you're interested in, and we could go ahead and seek it out and speak with the organizers, the Olympic organizers, about this. But the city could explore hosting the torch relay segment, incorporate maybe our iconic pier or our beautiful beachfront, and really celebrate the community's Olympic heritage in that way. And then finally, for public art, we could utilize the Cultural Arts Commission to create a subcommittee to provide recommendations for art installations around the city to support the theme of global games. And again, this would be an example of one. And then we also could celebrate FIFA World Cup and inspire our young soccer players in our town with something like this, an installation like this. Okay. And of course, with any movement on specifically any sort of municipal code, any sort of event, we would want to and suggest to have a proposed expansion of our community engagement. So we would want to hear from our residents and our businesses to understand what their needs are, what they would want, and really do it in a deliberative way by hosting town hall meetings, dedicated information on our website for an FAQ, having strategic social media communications, resident surveys, and listening sessions so that we could really move through this in a coordinated effort and understand what our community would like to see with the games. But just to give you an idea of what we've been doing so far, as I mentioned, we've been meeting with the subcommittee. We've been hosting ongoing dialogue with our businesses and our with the chamber as well as the business association. So we've been keeping them engaged as well. And so for tonight's decision, this decision is about providing direction to staff only. So future costs really depend on the council's chosen approach and potential revenue. There are potential revenue sources, for example, through the Public Art Trust Fund. If you wanted to, dedicate some funding to that, that's available. But for tonight's decision, it really doesn't have a financial impact, but there could be future potential impacts. So that's why I just wanted to highlight that for you. And so staff is seeking your direction on 4 key issues, and I'm going to run through those right now again for you so it's real clear. But the first one is emergency preparedness, so authorizing staff to explore consultant options for comprehensive safety assessment and enhanced coordination protocols. The second one is directing staff to explore temporary modifications to Manhattan Beach Municipal Code, Section 4.88, for properties outside the coastal zone during major international events. The third one there is exploring amendments to use permit conditions allowing temporary extended hours during FIFA World Cup and Olympic events. And finally, determine if City Council could give us direction on determining a scope of community programming and cultural events that you wish to pursue. And so there is just some timeline considerations that I wanted to touch on. I know I had a whole slide on a timeline, but just to reiterate that, the FIFA World Cup is in 2026. The Olympics is in 2028. The beach volleyball finals in Long Beach would be July 28th through 29th of 2028. So planning must begin now for 2026 readiness. And just to wrap it up, staff has done the groundwork, attending regional meetings, establishing our subcommittee, and coordinating with business organizations. We've identified the key policy areas that required your direction and developed the organizational structure needed to move forward effectively. Staff recommends Council provide direction on all 4 areas so we can return with specific recommendations and ensure Manhattan Beach is prepared for 2026 and 2028. So just staff needs to understand the breadth of how Council would like the city to participate in these global games. And by understanding your desired level of engagement, we can then develop our public safety, our parking, our traffic needs based on that participation level. And that is it from me. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ellie. So first, are there council member questions at this phase before we open it up for public comment and then discuss among ourselves? Council member?
I really do have a question. When you were, in the very beginning, you were talking about some differences in, it's not on a slide actually, in 1984 and now,
Yes.
or 28 for the Olympics. And I see on your timeline slide, it goes through the Paralympics, right, which that's a whole nother set of games, right? And in 1984, how many Paralympic games or athletes and visitors were there?
They were not hosted in Los Angeles in
Oh, so the
1984.
Paralympics didn't happen at the same time as the Olympics? Okay, thank you.
I have a question, a couple questions. First and foremost, the emergency preparedness assessment, I'm assuming that would be broader than just for FIFA as well as the Olympics. This would have some value beyond just the mini games, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we could take those lessons learned from that assessment and really better understand how our regional partners communicate during those larger events, as well as developing and further refining any evacuation plans or traffic mitigation plans that might take place during those larger big events in our city.
My understanding, speaking with the fire chief, is that actually this helps assess our interoperability with other emergency agencies, so there's value beyond just preparing for these games.
Absolutely.
The other question I have has to do with transportation. Fixed use transportation, fixed route transportation like buses is no longer as popular as rideshare. But we presently have the Beach Cities Transit Line 109 with an antiquated route. And maybe I wanted to ask the city manager if I could, because we've explored this, or I've explored this in conjunction with other regional elected officials, how we can potentially revise the routing. Do you recall roughly what the timeline is? Because my recollection is there's a certain window when we can request there be a revision of the route, because having that capacity of a fixed route transportation that already goes through our city that can accommodate those coming and going to or from our city, I think would be helpful. What's the timeline, if you know?
Yes, Mayor. We have been in contact with Redondo Beach in terms of when can we commence these discussions about a potential change in the route. And my understanding is that we will be able to engage in those discussions in the fall of 2025, which is coming up. Just to educate everyone a little bit about Line 109 and the route of Line 109. Right now it goes from Redondo Beach, Riviera Village to LAX Metro Transit Center with stops at the Redondo Beach Pier, Hermosa Beach Pier, downtown Manhattan Beach, Douglas K Line, Plaza El Segundo, The Point, downtown El Segundo, Aviation K Line, and then ultimately LAX.
Because efforts by at least some council members to explore changing that route have gone nowhere, I presume some direction from this council might be helpful, right?
Correct.
That's a rhetorical question. All right. Other council
I like that.
questions? Councilmember Charelian.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It was great. One of the big concerns I have with, I know that have been expressed, is if we change our short-term rental policies, how we would enforce it, how we would regulate all of that. If you can give us an overview of how we are currently handling enforcement, what happens when people call in and file a complaint. Is there a maximum complaint before a permit is taken? How do we find the folks who are renting out their places without permits?
Great. I'm going to turn it over to our building official, Ryan Heiss.
Building official, Ryan Heiss. Thank you for the question. So short-term rental enforcement is through our code enforcement division. And the main tool of enforcement is the advertising of a short-term rental is illegal. It's very difficult to confirm stays. The way short-term rental listings are, they typically don't have an address, and they don't clarify how many stays are occurring for the code enforcement team to see. So we have a consulting online platform that mines the websites and finds the listings, and then our team has a dashboard that can find those listings and then cite based on the listings. So that's typically how the enforcement is. The number of complaints that come in on short-term rentals is not as high as it once was when council has discussed this topic presently, because we typically now enforce based on the listing.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question, but I see other colleagues would like to ask questions. Councilmember Charelian, did you want to?
Yes, thank you. Quick question for Ali. Two quick questions. One, who's on the subcommittee?
Yeah, so we have Councilmember Tarnay and Councilmember Haworth, as well as many staff. So it's staff from the police department, the fire department, Parks and Rec, community development, finance, management services. And then we have Kelly Stroman from the Downtown Business and Professionals Association, as well as Jill Lampkin from the Chamber.
Great, thank you for that. And the other question is, you mentioned the segment, potentially getting a segment of the relay, but you're looking for direction as part of the conversation tonight for that.
Yes.
But you haven't reached out to see what all the, or have you? I guess it's
Yeah.
a question comment.
Yeah, I've asked about the process for that, but I think it's still really early right now, and so they haven't made any decisions yet. But I would like to get direction from City Council if that's something that you're interested in pursuing, that I'm ready to go on that when the time comes.
Great, thank you. It's better to be early than late. So thank you.
Exactly.
That's all.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, I skipped over. You have questions.
Oh, no, I'll stand there. That's
Okay, did you want to make a quick
I
comment?
wanted to add, a
Councilmember
comment
Howard.
to the torch thing, which I'm guessing we all get real excited about a torch relay. My understanding, Ally, so, they're doing it across the country, all 50 states, blah, blah, blah. But you have to have a sponsor, basically, because they're looking for like $1 million, it's like $1 million a segment. And it might change, but that's currently, just to keep that in mind. I think we should still I have that directly from the source. We could still give direction that if we wanted to do it, but I don't know if you have that knowledge, because the CEO lives next door to me. So he, gave me that information. So we might have a sponsor. But.
Hot off the press, no.
Ali, I wanted to follow up on, did you have questions? Or
Yeah.
You go first, and
Okay.
I'll ask my follow-up after you.
Well, don't we have a 1984 torch here, and we can just circle around downtown with have our own torch relay?
If we wear 1980s shorts.
Yeah. Well, I won't be doing that.
Come on now.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. Emergency preparedness assessment, I would imagine that we got a pretty robust emergency preparedness plan, right, already? I mean,
We do, yes. We have fantastic public safety agencies. This would be in order to, it's the interoperability with the other agencies, the regional partners. And so it would help us with that communication liaison.
Okay, would this necessitate buying equipment, buying new equipment to talk to other agencies?
I'll turn that over to our public safety agencies to answer.
Okay. We should have some theme music.
All right.
So
Good
impressive.
evening, Mayor Pro Tem. To answer your question about buying new equipment, the council's already authorized new equipment. If you recall the purchase of new police radios for the police department and the fire department, it was with this sort of interoperability in mind. So that purchase has already been made, and we've already taken delivery of those radios. This would help us test those out, make sure there aren't any real issues with those, and really just learn the strengths as well as limitations of the system.
And when is that anticipated delivery?
We've already taken delivery. We're now working on the programming and there are a lot of ancillary admin work to be done before the radios are given out to our employees, but we've already taken delivery of those radios.
Okay, so it's not key to the Olympics and...
It is one of the reasons why we wanted to purchase these well in advance of the World Cup and the Olympics, so that we had them already and could work out any interoperability kinks as we progress towards these events.
All right, great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chief Alexander, did you want to add anything more on that? Because we've had some conversations about interoperability beyond just getting the radios and being prepared.
Yes, a full assessment would allow us to really dive in to see what we may or may not be missing with this whole process. That could involve, hey, what does our cell phone infrastructure look like? Do we need to be able to boost that up so that we have immersive communications through city staff and those beyond that in the event that we have meet that demand? So cell on wheels, there's other opportunities there, but it would be helpful to have a full assessment.
Thank you.
All right, okay, great. Thank you. With regards to short-term rentals, what is the eastern boundary of the coastal zone? So when we either specifically or generally talk about short-term rentals being allowed, is that everything west of Highland, or?
That's a really good question. And thankfully, we have
Oh,
our
careful.
planning manager.
What a great entrance.
In a hurry to get down here. Thank you. Adam Feinstein, Planning Manager. Generally, the boundary of the coastal zone is more or less valley and everything west of. Once you get really further west towards Manhattan Avenue, you get into the appealable portion of it. But the coastal zone in general, everything more or less west of valley. As you get over kind of in the northern part of the city where Valley cuts all the way over to Sepulveda, it definitely jogs away from that, kind of stays west of Grandview, I believe. So down there.
Okay, so west of Highland is what we're looking at.
West of Valley.
No, west of Valley.
Oh, west of Valley.
Valley.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that. I was still admiring your entrance. So, okay, so west of Valley. So are we anticipating asking the people east of Valley what they feel about this?
Absolutely, which is why I thought it was important to include the expansion of our public engagement plan, because questions like that are going to be critical, and I'm sure you would want that information before you modify any sort of municipal code. You would want to know if people who are outside of the coastal zone want to engage in that. Do they want to? We're not sure, and so part of any sort of recommendation that we would give you for a municipal code update would include that sort of information. Via a survey, a listening session, a town hall, we would love to hear from the community about these proposals.
Okay. And with our existing, Ryan, I'm sorry, with our existing monitoring software, I mean, if this is just, if these short-term rentals are going up for, let's say, 2 weeks or, for a 2-week stretch, well, the World Cup is a month, does the software sort of re-trigger itself and look, I mean, we have to tell it to start now looking east of Valley, I would imagine, for illegal short-term rentals.
Sure, so the software is continuously monitoring all the listings, and we would need, if you got to that point of modifying the municipal code, there'd be specific boundaries, I'm assuming, that you would set. So anything that was listed within those boundaries would not be a violation of our municipal code. So we would not, the software would still find the listings. It finds all listings, legal or illegal.
Right.
So they would just be a legal listing during that time period.
And then it runs a comparison with our list of permitted short-term rentals to understand where there is a discrepancy.
Yeah, we provide a list of the permitted ones that have a license or a permit to operate.
Okay. And are we looking for 2 different occasions of this, of allowing the short-term rentals east of Valley for the World Cup and then for the Olympics, or just one?
That would
Both
be
of them?
dependent on what council direction is provided.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it could be a portion of that time. It could be even if you go back to the timeline, it might inform it a little bit better for you. But as I mentioned, for the Paralympic and Olympic Games, it goes from July to August. So conceivably, we could bring a proposal if you gave us that direction that could be a portion of that, or it could be all of it, because you know that people are coming ahead of time to train, or they might stay for six-man and stay all the way through August to engage in six-man. So really, it would be up to your direction.
So keep in mind, typically when you're reserving a short-term rental, you're reserving it prior to the event by a significant amount of time. It's currently illegal to list a short-term rental. So part of that code revision would have to be, months before the event you're able to list, and then the stay would have to be during the event time.
And do we have a requirement with our short-term rentals now? Are they hosted, or can someone just turn the keys over to their home to somebody who's going to be staying in the home?
So
in other words, does the owner have to be there?
So inside in the coastal area where short-term rentals are allowed, keep in mind outside the coastal area there's no short-term rentals. So,
right, no, but
inside
now.
the coastal area there's no regulation on type of short-term rental, hosted or versus non-hosted.
Okay, and I know I'm taking a lot of time. So the use permit modifications, so we do that now for New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Says the council member who's in bed by 10 o'clock.
I'm right there with you, yes. But we do allow a use permit on New Year's Eve to extend beyond their regular normal closures.
Okay, and again, I guess it's council decision on how many of these, or we're going to have 30 New Year's Eve type days in a row?
Absolutely, we could bring back whatever recommendation you thought was appropriate for the residents in the community.
I want to be sensitive to those residents that may not want to participate in the Olympics, yet want to continue with their living lives, notwithstanding the impacts. I want to clarify, if I could, Allie, I'm sorry, you've just sat down again, but we're giving you some exercise. What is staff indicating as it relates to studying traffic impacts, parking impacts? And we haven't even talked about what public property or beaches might be available for whether it's teams practicing or any other events. What guidance can you give us in terms of giving direction tonight about those? Those are critical issues for me, because I think many residents aren't necessarily going to want to participate, but want to make sure that they have access to their facilities and can get around the city.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Lesser. I would like to take
Please.
the opportunity to respond to that if I may. So think of this as having to reverse engineer all of those things you just asked for. Once staff understands which of these opportunities the council is interested in pursuing, for example, a live watch event is going to have a very different draw than the banners of the Olympians on the pier. So once we have the scope outlined is when we can actually go and assess what those traffic impacts would be, what those parking impacts would be collectively, and then address those impacts collectively. And again, the direction this evening does not necessarily have to be 100% we are interested in this and we're not interested in this. But if there is a general interest in at least exploring some of those options, that could be the direction at this point. But without the scope developed of the actual events that we would potentially be hosting, we cannot assess the impacts accurately.
I didn't really see much of a list of what public properties we might be talking about beyond the pier. And I'm just, again, wondering about sand, and particularly if it's a actual team that might be using it for practices versus a sort of I'll just use the term, a tourism-oriented event or an event to participate as a spectator. So can you distinguish between the two and how we should be looking at that tonight?
Sure. If the council were interested in having staff reach out to a national team to train within our city, that would be on our beaches at our volleyball nets on the beach. If the council is interested in a live watch event, that could be at the discretion of the council. It could be on the beach, it could be at Polywalk Park, or any other location in the city that would be appropriate to host that size of an event.
Great. Helpful. Thank you. Councilmember Tarnay.
Thank you. Ally, one of the questions that I've been receiving from residents is how we're going to mitigate traffic and whether or not we'll have a plan in place to either shuttle people in and out. Are we going to be exploring those options?
Yes, that would definitely be part of the assessment. If you were to give us direction to, for example, explore a live watch site, that is definitely something that we would take in consideration and bring back to you for a decision.
Okay,
But yes, we'd be exploring traffic mitigation, public safety, as well as parking and shuttling.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question for Jeff, if you don't mind coming down here, please.
Giving him some
I
exercise,
know.
too.
Gosh, weren't you a coach of the Women's
I
Olympics
know.
team in London?
Because I would love your insight into what this looks like. What happens when a team goes to another country and starts training? I mean, do we anticipate that these teams are going to come regardless of whether we invite them? What does that process look like?
Yeah, my experience was in the London Olympics in 2012. We did basically a 3 to 4 week stint in London before the games started. Again, for beach volleyball, it's different from other sports, so I won't generalize with every sport, but most qualified through a period up through the end of June, and then you've qualified for the games, at which point you go to your games and start your training and preparation and whatnot. So I expect, and I've talked to a handful of other coaches, colleagues of the past, that after they qualify, they're going to come out west. They're going to start training here 3 weeks prior to this timeline. So they're going to be in town. They're going to fly into LAX. They're going to look for a venue that's closer to Olympic villages and things to do before they go down to Long Beach. So I expect a lot of teams to be coming to the South Bay. They'll be in Hermosa and Manhattan.
And then as far as after the events, do the athletes typically stay beyond that? And then also, when they're traveling, do their families come with them? Are there other crews and other people who will be traveling with those teams that we should anticipate will be coming?
Yes, certainly. I think with the Manhattan Six-Man being such a seminal event in the volleyball world, a lot of these people from other countries are going to come and realize, oh, I can make this pilgrimage event, this bucket list thing, they're probably going to stay because they don't have to get back out to the World Tour or back home right away. It'll depend a lot on certain teams. If they do really well, maybe they have to go back home to their country to do press and other things. But for the majority of teams, when they come out and they have a chance to potentially play in the six-man or hang out in LA a little bit longer, I expect they're going to stay. And they do bring a large contingent, again, based on team to team, delegation to delegation. But I think the chance to go to Los Angeles is going to be one of those Olympic Games that is going to be very appealing to attend in person.
And then as someone who's, had a silver team win in the Olympics, would you be opposed to having your face on one of those banners?
Yeah.
I'll have to get back to you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
For further questions for staff before we open it up for public comment, I was going to ask Councilmember Howard.
Well, sorry, Councilmember Franklin has questions for him, and then if you wanted to ask him while he's up there.
So,
David.
what, in a normal summer, I mean, who are they going to be competing for courts with? I mean, who's going to not be able to do that, use those courts that have been, there's summer camps, there's individuals, there's teams, there's these are just premier events, but there's a lot of people out there all the time. There's collegiate events.
Right. Yeah, there's no shortage of beach volleyball going on every weekend. We have our own city programs, things of that nature. So we have to take a look at that and understand what might be displaced. But the majority of teams have expressed an interest in being here. So we'll just have to wait and see at that point who decides to come and exactly when and what programs are going on at that time.
Okay, but then the actual Olympic Games for beach volleyball are happening in Long Beach.
Right.
Do you anticipate that they would move closer to the venue then?
Yeah, exactly. I think the weeks leading up to the Olympics starting, teams will be here to train. And then as the games get closer, days before, they'll go down to Long Beach, start to train there, and then do their competition at that time.
And stay there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I want to clarify that, and I'll call Councilmember Charelian. So to what extent do we need to formally reserve courts for them, extend an invitation, or are they just going to come and use our facilities anyway?
Yeah, I think they're just going to come anyway. I don't think we need to do anything. It's one of those iconic locations that they just want to be a part of.
Helpful. Thank you. Councilmember Charelian.
I would like to speak, but I'm going to defer to Councilmember Haworth
Thank
because
you.
her name disappeared.
My name disappeared.
Off the speak, so.
And I'm trying not to take it personally. Thank you. That's very kind. Since you're up here, so you mentioned that teams arrive like 3 weeks prior. So, well, let me make sure I need you to stand up here. One of the reasons they like to come here, yes, it's Manhattan Beach, but also isn't our sand very similar to Long Beach?
Yeah, good point. We did similar thing preparing for the London Games. We trained in Laguna Beach, which had one of the deeper sands at that time. We split time between there and here in Manhattan. Okay. Traditionally, during the Olympic Games, they bring in a very deep sand, kind of neutralizes talent and whatever else. So we expect a lot of teams to be training in those two locations.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. I have some other questions, but I'm not. So let's see. I guess that'll be a comment. So, Allie, I think either Allie or could be Ryan. The use permits that were, are proposed. I know you said we could cap them. We could, we don't have to issue them all. Yes, thank you, Adam. We could also, I think it said in the report, or it might have said somewhere else, that if you tie them to events, so let's say it's the men's basketball final, could you do, and I guess it's a legal question too, but could you do these permits based on, okay, on July this date, we could, like New Year's Eve, if you could do a date specific for that, could we issue use permits based on certain events?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the anticipation of how I think this would play out. We don't want to go back and open up everyone's use permit and say, all right, you all get this, that, or the other.
Right.
We'd rather tie it to certain events or
and it could be
specific
very
dates.
specific and great, thank you. Let's see, and Ally, either, Any sidebars, we good?
Yeah, I was along the same lines as Adam. The way it's done now for New Year's Eve, we don't open up and close up or amend the use permits at all. Those all stay as is, but there is a special provision in the code which essentially exempts them from those requirements
Okay.
on that day.
On that day.
So we would want to take a
So
similar
we have a
approach.
vehicle that we could use potentially.
Correct.
Okay. You know, Ally, there's been a couple of questions about traffic, and I think the city manager mentioned, you know, we would reverse engineer it depending on what kind of events you want to hold. But could we also, or maybe this is a question for city manager, wouldn't we also want to assess the impacts of all these people in the area, regardless if we do anything on this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If the council chooses not to do any of this, we still have to do a traffic assessment and parking assessment. Because as you saw the numbers on Ally's
Yeah.
slide, 10 to 15 million tickets across 800 and plus events.
Right.
In comparison, in '84, that number was 5 million.
5 million,
So
right.
that is a big jump, and we would have to be prepared regardless.
And so even if we don't do any of this stuff, we would still probably want to look at some sort of emergency preparedness
Absolutely.
plan. And I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem, you know, talking about our current emergency preparedness plan, because I know we're all really proud that we have this, and the environmental hazard mitigation report, all these things we have. But I think, and I don't know if I need a chief or both chiefs down here, I'm assuming that, just because of the sheer number of people, we want to be sure that we are, it's not just come on down. It's not just interoperable, but don't do an Adam. Come on down. It's not just. You're welcome. Now you have a move name. It's great. Sorry. It's not just interoperability with LA County. I mean, that's important because you can see on that map, it's all over the county. And so we want to, the interoperability, I think, relates to, we want to be sure whatever the county does, we still are taking care of our own, right? So that's
Yes,
one
ma'am.
part, but I would assume the sheer amount of people.
Yes, that's the second part of it, because as Ally stated, no matter what we do or what the council decides to do or not do today or any point in the future, we're going to be impacted by this, and it's not going to be a small impact, I would imagine, just based on the sheer number of people who will be in the region. So it is vitally important that we are prepared for all of the traffic impacts, the public safety impacts, whether we need to staff more officers because it's going to be more difficult for them to get around, and we want them to have smaller areas of responsibility. I won't speak to for the medical aspect of it for Chief Alexander's personnel, but we will need to look at how we will be impacted for these periods of time where there's simply be more people in the region.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. I hadn't thought of that. And Chief, maybe you want to add to it.
Yeah, more people in the region is going to definitely increase our call volume, so we have to be thinking about that. But I spoke to the city manager today. There are some priorities that we have outside of this in regards to our emergency preparedness aspect. One of our top priorities is getting evacuations built up for the zones in the city. So that's a high priority that we're going to be working on very shortly. Also, finalizing our emergency operations plan and hazard mitigations components associated with that. Creating continuity of operation plans for every single department. There's work that needs to be done in the emergency preparedness category that we are going to be working on needless to this, but that will help us prepare for that.
Thank you for that. And I guess I'm just trying to make the case that, you guys, make the case that, yes, we do need to stay in the traffic, and we need to regardless. And I think I had one more thing, and that is, so somebody mentioned the national team, and I can't remember which one of y'all it was. Ally, we did not, and I can talk maybe more about this in comments, but none of this is about going and trying to get the national organizing or the National Olympic Committee, they're called NOCs, to make Manhattan, that's what they're called, Knox. To make, Manhattan Beach their home. So like, we're not, like Culver City has been recruiting, but then they're having to spend like $100,000 to build a plaza or this or that. So we're not talking about actively doing that.
No, that was not part of the recommendations today. What we talked about with team engagement was pre-Olympic training opportunities. So we understand from Jeff, they're already going to be here, but really leveraging them coming here and their arrival and seeing those opportunities to create experiences for our community and sharing our volleyball heritage through educational programs with our volleyball camps, bringing them to our community events and our youth camps, that sort of thing. So that was really our initial recommendation.
Got it, thank you. No further questions.
Councilmember Shred.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Ally, I'm not sure if this is community development or you, but I'll ask it. The banners on the pier, I don't ever remember banners being on the pier, and I know it's a state pier and there's certain coastal regulations. I remember when we were talking about the neon lights, are they going to bother the fish? Or is there any stipulations by having banners? I've never seen banners here for the last 40 years.
I'm not aware of any regulations that would prohibit that. The city is responsible for the maintenance, as you know, of the pier, and those lights that you can see in this picture right here, we do maintain those. And so the proposal, it's an option, and if it's feasible, we would do it. If it's not, or there's something that would stand in the way of that or cause damage to those, we clearly would not engage.
I just didn't know if there was anything, precluding us from hanging anything on a state pier.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then, Adam, I got a question real quick for Adam. So you mentioned Valley being the coastal zone. I always thought there was like an imaginary line between Valley and Pacific that went kind of across the city that was the coastal zone, but it stops at Valley?
Correct.
And then that's not and then the appealable is
Manhattan Ave.
the west side of Manhattan Avenue, I believe.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for that. Jeff, really quick, I know it's a little bit early, but you mentioned teams would play closer to the Long Beach where the main venue is going to be. They'll practice closer there. And there's going to be other cities vying. They're going to do the same thing that we're doing, trying to get teams that come over there potentially practice. Do you see Manhattan Beach being too far from Long Beach in the sense of having teams come here to practice?
I think a little bit for some, but others want to experience the heritage of Manhattan Beach. And there is that technical bit with the deeper sand and the natural competitive environment here. Teams tend to go where other good teams are for training. Gotcha. So I think that'll be a differentiator of it.
Is the sand in Long Beach comparable to our sand? I think you mentioned that it was, or?
It's awful.
It's awful?
Yeah.
So awful
but it's,
being,
it's really, really shallow. And so I don't know what the Olympic plans are for the venue. I expect they're going to bring in a whole bunch of new sand to get to standard. But if it's similar to how it is currently or in the past, it's not very good.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, because, to get your sand lakes to play in our deep sand, it's much different to play on something with shallow sand, because you get bigger hops. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes.
Try and get to public comment, and then we can have some more open conversations.
Yeah, sorry. So, I go down to the beach quite early, and I see people staking out courts and things like that. How does the reservation system work? Is it through the county? Is it through us? Depends.
All there is city classes at the moment, and then if you want any sort of permit, it has to go through county.
It has to go through the county?
Yeah.
Okay. So when somebody is setting up their own little, like 2 courts, and they're doing training already, do the Olympic folks just come in and,
yeah,
do they,
kick them out?
how do they talk to each other about?
Yeah, I mean, they
Yeah.
would just coordinate it amongst themselves and say, meet here at XYZ time. Yeah.
Okay, are there more volleyball courts that can be created? Or is it a finite number?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Probably not within our limits and not within safety regulations.
Mhm.
As soon as we start to pack more courts in, that's more posts and more opportunity for safety issues.
So of course, these teams have to come here, they have to find parking, they have to go
Right.
out there and negotiate a spot on the sand as well.
Yes.
Okay, and over a period of, did you say they come here 2 months before? Or
No, I think they'll be here 3 to 4 weeks prior.
3 to 4 weeks prior?
Yeah.
And then they relocate back to?
I think they'll be here up until about 2 or 3 days before the games begin in Long Beach, and then they'll migrate down.
Okay, gotcha, thank you.
Councilmember Tornay.
Thank you. Ally, just a quick question. In the discussions leading up to today and in the planning process, there have been discussions about advertising Manhattan Beach as a place where people should come, or, you know, outreach for spectators and visitors to come, or what's been the approach in addressing these issues?
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Are you asking, have we advertised right now if this is where people should
If
come?
we're going to advertise at all, like, has that been a part of it? One of the concerns that I've heard is that, you know, what we're doing, what the city is doing is going to be, like, we're basically soliciting visitors to come to the city versus this is what we think is going to happen regardless of what we do.
No, the way we've approached it, really, I'm going to go back to this map. So you see Manhattan Beach is the proximity to the SoFi Stadium, to the Intuit Dome, to LAX. We're 10 miles to Venice Beach, which has a number of events in 2028 as well. And really looking at the numbers that is coming to the LA region, we're not inviting people to come here. We are understanding that there's millions of people coming to the Los Angeles region to enjoy LA County and to compete in these games, both FIFA World Cup as well as the Olympics. And understanding that, you know, just seeing what has happened in prior years when there's been big regional events in LA County, we have seen an influx of tourism, but this is on a much grander scale than that. And so just seeing that, you know, is going to happen, we want to be prepared. We want to protect our residents, protect our infrastructure, and really build up our emergency preparedness, our traffic mitigation. And if there's an opportunity to participate, then, you know, getting direction from council of what you think that might be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for the city attorney. I have particular concerns about banners on the pier, in particular, our historic landmark, and around town. Mr. City Attorney, can you just remind all of us what our current municipal code provides as it relates to banners?
Yes, this has been a topic that's been important to the city for at least 10, 15 years. We have an ordinance on banners in the public right-of-way, and it's very restrictive. As you may recall from the past, we didn't want to convert our streets into semi-public forum that anyone could put a banner up. So it's very restrictive on streets, the public right-of-way. I don't think the pier would be within that definition of public right-of-way. But back to the public right-of-way, they're allowed on a temporary basis if it's city-sponsored or co-sponsored. And so there's not a lot of banners out there.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other council questions before I open it up to public comment? Seeing none, I better jump in quickly. Open it up for public comment to any member in public in council chamber.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kelly Stroman, Executive Director for Downtown Manhattan Beach, also on the Global Strategy Committee as well. I'm here to raise the flag for businesses and overall what we can do for this city. When 1984 Olympics happened, the city and life was much different. The railroad tracks still came down the Greenbelt. We didn't have cell phones. We used Thomas guides for navigation. We used traveler checks to pay. There was a lot of differences between what took place in 1984 and what can take place now. Photos of our pier were Kodak moments that took a week or 2 or 3 to develop, and you had to wait for that. Now the reach is millions and global. So I think it's really incumbent upon us to make sure the world can travel to Manhattan Beach safely, can experience us, can celebrate us, and it's a chance for our entire community to really shine and get involved and to inspire youth for generations to come. LA 28 is projected to bring over 15 million visitors to our region, generating $18 billion. The question isn't if they'll come, it's how they'll experience our city. What are we going to do that's going to help them to experience our city and help drive business for our businesses? And I'm just not talking about downtown Manhattan Beach tonight, but the entire city. That's a given. If we can secure 1% of total estimated visitor spending, that's $180 million just for LA 28. I think FIFA next summer is an on-ramp, to what can happen in LA 28. So I encourage you tonight to move forward with direction, to have staff in the city be able to prepare properly and to help our community shine now, next year, and in LA in 28.
Thank you, Kelly. Any other members of the public in chambers that would care to comment on this item? Seeing none. Martha, anybody on Zoom?
No request, oh, sorry, last minute. Lee Phillips.
Please.
Oh, hi. I just thank you for the conversation. It was very thorough. I would like to get a better estimate of the cost. Maybe that's coming later. The cost of police, security. So this will be an international contingency. I'd like to safety assessment to consider foreign languages and disabilities. How do you communicate with somebody who speaks Japanese and maybe has a disability? I think that needs to be considered. I would like resident input sooner than later. And then I did write a letter to the city council. I would like a more citywide involvement in this, not just, the pier is great. I love the pier, but more citywide involvement. Because again, going back to the cost, we are all going to pay for this. I think we all should enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commentators on Zoom?
Yes, Diane Wallace.
Hi again. I loved Kelly Stroman's review of 1984. That was perfect. I was here. I'm a native of LA. And I want to remind everyone that everyone in LA left during the Olympics in '84. You could drive down any freeway any time during the day, and there was no traffic. So I don't know whether that's going to happen again. Maybe somebody should be surveying that, because this is going to be a larger Olympics. All of the Olympic participants are so excited to come to LA. And I think it's going to be a great event. And I think it's great that you're talking about it now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Diane. Anyone else?
There's no additional request on Zoom.
Great. Thank you. Anyone in council chambers would care to add anything further? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. And what I would propose to do is maybe turn it over to the heads of the subcommittees to at least make some initial comments, and then I welcome our trying to give some specific direction to staff, even if it entails research certain issues and report back. But I turn over, I'm looking, Councilmember Howard, do you want to start?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everybody. That was a lot of great questions. I want to give a little bit of an overview as to the subcommittee and to the work, because I think if I were seeing this staff report for the first time, like last Wednesday night, my head might explode. Because first of all, great job, Ally. I mean, wow. I mean, so much great information here, but there's a lot of information with some fairly big policy choices and opportunities, right? So let me give you a little overview. First of all, the pillars of protect, prepare, and participate. Everybody is so mindful of whether folks are coming or not. We want to protect our community and prepare them so that we can participate. The expertise that's on our committee, because of a former coach in the London Olympics, has been really helpful because he has shown us that these people talk all the time about Olympic experiences, and we've learned so much from having him be part of the subcommittee. Our goal in coming to you tonight partly is so that the rest of the council could actually now understand what we were talking, or hear what we were talking about, right? We didn't want to wait, and so, you know, there was, oh, it's just two members of council and some people talking off in a corner. We really wanted to streamline the focus, if you will, and frame the major policy issues so that we could all start talking about it now, because we all know what happens if you wait and then all of a sudden it's 4 months out or 6 months out. So I hope you guys appreciate that, you know, there's a lot of stuff on here. There's a menu and there could be other opportunities or suggestions, but we really wanted to be sure this was a council discussion. I do think that while some people might not be as familiar with FIFA and the World Cup as the Olympics, you know, I've recently become interested in soccer, which is to say it's my life. But it is hard to understand if you don't like it, that the World Cup is the most watched sporting event on TV. And so the people who come, I mean, there will be a lot of crowds. It's not just, oh, there's 8 soccer matches, so what? Those are hundreds of thousands of people and all the people around them. So just, it will be, you know, we don't have to decide, well, we could decide not to do any short-term rentals. We could decide all kinds of things, but we can pick and choose. But I would encourage us to look at that as an on-ramp. I want to, some not totally specific, but some points. With short-term rentals, I had somebody say to me, well, why would anybody stay, you know, in East Manhattan for the Olympics? I was like, what? Like, I know. I'm saying this because it was so ridiculous to me. Or if you look at homes outside of the coastal zone, oh yeah, those homes are beautiful, gorgeous homes, right? And the point is, there are already, according to someone on the Olympic Committee, 9,000 hotel nights in Manhattan Beach already booked. Okay, for the hotels that we have, starting a couple weeks before and going all the way through the Paralympics, because, yeah, it's a men's basketball team, but it's also the LA 28 committee, it's also sponsors, it's other corporations, it's family members, it's media, it's executives. That has already been booked. Okay, so my pitch would be, if we want to get a hold of these things and make policies so that if our residents, for say on short-term rentals, and again, I promise you I won't make all my pitches right now, but you all know, well, you should know, Steve, you might remember, I'm really against allowing short-term rentals all the time just for funsies. I really, really am against that. But I also want our residents to have an opportunity to monetize their assets, to get out of town, and for the city to recoup some of that TOT and also control and enforce that. This stuff that we're talking about, I'm going to give some direction on. I don't think we'll make I wouldn't assume we could make all the decisions tonight. Is the heavy stuff, is the hard stuff. There's going to be so much more fun stuff that comes up throughout the years, and I hope you'll all get excited about that. I have more to say, but I know I've led with passion, and I have more to contribute, but I'll turn over to Nina, to Councilwoman Ternay.
Thank you, Amy. So when I was named to be on this committee, I was super excited because I'm athletically challenged, but I love sports. I love watching sports. I love watching my kids play sports, and it's such a great opportunity. I was very, very young in 1984, but I still remember it. So I think it's a historic event that all of us will have memories of this. Our kids will have memories of this for years to come. And then I see this as an opportunity to really engage the community and get people prepared for what's going, because we've talked about this. People are coming regardless of whether we open our doors. Our doors are open, and with social media and with the younger generation, 84 is a very distant time ago, and things have changed so much. All it takes is one post from somebody to go viral, and people are going to come to the city. So my hope in joining the committee and helping us prepare is to make sure that we know all the things that are coming our way so that we can prepare for all these events. And if we can prepare for it in a great way and, in a mindful way, we can actually enjoy the event so that people who want to get out of Dodge can rent out their properties and have an experience that's not being locked into their homes, surrounded by tourists. People who want to participate and feel like they're part of the action don't have to go to Long Beach, don't have to spend a ton of money to go to events to actually feel like they're a part of the events. I've never been to a World Cup game, but I've been in Europe during World Cup games where it's super fun when you go to a community event. So this is what, and this is something that can happen not just at the Pier. Thank you, Lee Phillips, for bringing that up, but I can see this happening at Manhattan Village, at Pollywog Park. So it's a real sense to bring the whole community together and not just have everything concentrated in downtown, at the Pier. I live on the north side of town. I would love to see our businesses there thrive and flourish as well and give those businesses opportunities. And then with the short-term rentals, the TOTs, this is how we pay for things. And we can do it in a mindful way where we are regulating, we are controlling what's going on versus not doing anything about it and people hiding their rentals anyway and bringing the crowds, and we'll have to deal with the crowds regardless. So this is a way that we can fund these efforts. And emergency preparedness. Listen, we just had the wildfires not too long ago, and if that didn't highlight that regionally, we may not be ready. The region may not be ready, but I want to make sure our city, Manhattan Beach, is ready and that we give our departments the tool that they need to prepare and really help support our community. And so I know in getting through to just these 4 or 5 items, I added the torch as my 5th item. I think it was very difficult to distill it down, but part of the discussions was what do we need to decide on now so that we can plan for the long term, all the other small components like transportation, like parking, like reserving courts. If we have a plan, then we can account for all of those things. If we just say, oh no, we just want to bury our heads in the sand, then those things are going to happen without any control from us. So that's what I'm hoping. By bringing this to all of you early enough, we can have the discussions, we can have community input, we can do what we need to prepare our city. So I hope you will join me in supporting what staff has recommended, and really help highlight, showcase our city. And I'm super, super excited for all the games to be here. And Iceland, I hope they're still in the running because my cousin is the head coach of the Icelandic national team. So it would be great to have them here. So
random.
Yeah.
For my comments, I want to first thank city staff and our council subcommittee for being proactive, for anticipating issues and trying to get ahead of all of this. I also love the excitement, the passion. However, I still look at this with a base awareness that many residents are simply going to want to live their lives and maybe not participate as much. And I think we owe a duty to them to make sure that we are prepared as a city, that we protect, and that we engage. It's the three tiers that were on the staff presentation that I think is a pathway for what direction we should provide tonight, and that would include potentially going out to our public for some type of survey to gauge the interest so that we have something to guide us a little bit, because as one of the callers mentioned who called in, this is public funds that we're talking about expending. So on behalf of our community, we should have a little more guidance. So for starters, just to try and give some more specific direction and see if there's support, I think going forward with an emergency preparedness plan and giving authority to go out and either, I'm not sure, I believe this would be a request for proposal. I'm not sure the actual process, but I want to give authority to begin that process because we know that we need to strengthen our interoperability with other agencies. So maybe I should go down my list and then we can, let me ask the city manager, would you like a motion or do you want just a discussion along the lines of what we're providing?
A motion would be great.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I could ask a question.
Please.
And we've done this in the past, and you're the best at this, is getting us through an item of this magnitude. Are you able to list, can we go through them one at a time and vote on them so they're as crystal clear and not bury it into a motion?
I like that.
In which case, I will make the first motion, which has to do with, I'll look at, why don't we do this? Protect, prepare, and participate. Those are the three categories that city staff have come up with. And I see that as a good sort of hierarchy. So let's start with protect.
May I suggest, I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I don't think, I think there's actual recommendations in the staff report that aren't just the pillars. There's like only like 4 things.
Sorry.
Sure, Ally?
If I might, so on the screen right now, you have 4 key decision points. And so those pillars that you talk about, the protect, prepare, and participate, all kind of informed this.
Right.
But these are the specific recommendations that we did prepare for tonight.
Okay, so my problem is, I think this order is not akin to what we should be thinking about as a council. And to be blunt, my problem is, I think we have some other decisions that we need to explore, including getting public input. Emergency preparedness, I think, is the foundation. It's the starting point. It's going to take time to prepare that report, and it's something our first responders has indicated they need. I think that's a pretty clean issue.
So
could we also request to get everybody to make their comments first?
yeah, because
I'm happy to, so I've gotten 2 directions from colleagues, and forgive me if I'm getting a little frustrated. One, there was a request to have a vote with each item. And second, now there's a request to just make comments. So I'm happy to make comments, or I'm happy to go forward with motions.
they're not in conflict.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're not in conflict. I think you should hear the comments, and then you can go down the line.
I was going to make a motion on the emergency preparedness assessment to just move that, if I could. Is there support for doing so? Do you need any more specific direction on that?
That's all we need.
That would be my motion.
Okay. Can we make a comment about that?
Please.
Okay. Anybody traveling, it's kind of like when I travel. I go and I say, hey, where's the interesting places to see? Manhattan Beach is going to pop up on any, if you put in LA area beach, the #1 city is going to be Manhattan Beach. You know, they may go to Venice, they may go to Santa Monica, they may go to Long Beach. But they're going to end up here in terms of promoting, in terms of our crowd assessments, things like that. Take a look at this summer. The word I used the most was roiling. Manhattan Beach was roiling. There was people, unbelievable amount of people. Sidewalks were crowded. All the parking spaces were gone by 9 a.m. in the morning, almost every day, from the regular surfers, swimmers, people who enjoy walking on the Strand, things like that. A visitor coming in after 9 o'clock on any summer day in these date ranges is not going to be able to find parking, is not going to be able to find transportation, working with Metro and the like, that's a possibility. We saw a couple of Waymos here, and we've got Uber. I mean, this might be a seismic shift in ride shares. So I think we have to be careful on what we promote, because we may not be able to accommodate these people. In fact, in my mind, I was thinking, you know how we put up CSC and we have them put up barricades that, you can't go down from Ocean Drive down to the lower Pier parking lots, and they move it up to Manhattan Avenue. Eventually, they're going to have to move it up to Highland, where we're going to have to divert traffic as soon as they come into town. Okay, because there's just going to be no place to go, and there's going to be gridlock. I mean, gridlock, you only need X% more people trying to get around. I'm just giving this impact when we talk about emergency preparedness, okay? It's going to be, in many ways, directing people away from Manhattan Beach, because there's just going to be no place for them to go. And then do we want the roiling crowds? I mean, there's nothing that we're going to be able to do about them. But I would think that we're already prepared for crowds, that we already saw, where we've invested in the equipment. I just don't know what extra things. And I remember going through the winter storms, and I visited the emergency EOC, okay? And it was a well-run, well-oiled machine. We did the same thing for the recent tsunami warning. We did the same thing for the fires. That was activated, that was in position and ready to go. Okay. Now, should we explore? Absolutely. I think we should explore. I just don't know the scope and what the budget might be for that. So I'll take each one as we go. So that's my feeling about emergency preparedness.
Councilmember Charelian.
I have general comments, but I don't know if we're talking about emergency preparedness first.
Yeah.
And then we're going to circle back each.
So here's my proposal.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
After now an hour and a half of speaking of really important issues related to potentially engaging, protecting our community, related to these upcoming events, I wanted to get some firm direction. And that's my intent here. And so I'm happy to come back for general comments, or we can talk further about the emergency preparedness. What would you prefer? Do you want to make any comments now? I can circle back if you'd rather wait after the.
No, I mean, if we're talking about the emergency preparedness, and, I'm all for, there was a slide in here, it talked about protecting our community. And that's first and foremost what's in my mind, whether it's protecting them with just public safety, or protecting their quality of life, as you mentioned. Some of them are, live close to downtown, and it's not just a downtown thing, but those type of things. It's protecting the community is where my comments are going to come from. But I am for, if we're just going to talk about item number one, which I think is a good idea, I am for exploring that, because that is 100% protecting our community. I too, would like to know how much it costs and the scope of it, but exploring it, yes, I'm yes for exploring number one.
Great.
Thank you. Councilmember Howard.
And just quickly about emergency preparedness, and Mr. Mayor, I also want to apologize. I know there was a little bit of back and forth there. I'm trying to support you providing direction. Anyway, so accept my apology. I do think that, and I seconded your motion, but I want to make sure with your motion to explore what that would entail, right? Because we don't know how much it will cost. We don't know what the scope is. But I have been impressed with our emergency preparedness. But we have our chief, our fire chief, and our police chief saying, no, we're going to need more. And so I want to help support that. So that's why I seconded that motion. I have comments, but other stuff I'll wait.
Councilmember Trey, and then I'll circle back on the very
Thank
good
you. I'll
points
make
you
this
just made.
brief. We didn't have 4 Ps in the pillars, so promote is definitely not something that we've discussed, and I don't think we need to do, because they're coming, regardless of whether we promote it or not. And while I appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem's observations about how prepared we are, I think, listening to what our chiefs, who this is their job and they're experts in their field, say. If they think that we need an assessment, I support having that assessment to make sure that we're prepared. So thank you.
Councilmember Troy. Can I just quickly clarify with the city manager two things? One, I've heard in my conversations with the chiefs that this is something which they would like to have because of the uncertainty of what types of events could arise, whether or not we are hosting activities here. And to be better prepared as a community for these events, it is advisable that we go forward with this study. Can you speak to that, please?
I absolutely support that comment from our chiefs. It is somewhat unprecedented what we are about to experience based on the numbers, and I don't think anyone wants to risk not being prepared for something like this.
Thank you. Next, can you address Councilmember Haworth's questions and others as well about what exploring an emergency preparedness study might entail? If we're giving direction tonight, what sort of direction would be helpful to move that process along?
At this point, I think what we are interested in doing is preparing the scope of what this assessment would include, and then going out there and trying to determine who can prepare these types of things for us. And ultimately, we would come back, if the council desires us to come back and explain what that scope looks like before we go out for RFP or solicitation, we're happy to do that.
Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, would that be something that you would be supportive of?
Sure.
And
Great.
Councilmember, in which case, call for the vote on that first item.
Motion passes 5-0.
Terrific. I want to be respectful of the 4 items that have been 4 key decisions, but I'm not sure exactly where to put transportation, which I recognize falls in the second tier, but to the extent we want to get action out of the Beach Cities Transit 109 line, I can tell you that takes years. They are short-staffed there, and prior inquiries even about how we might even go about changing that line have been met with a bureaucratic response, to put it diplomatically. So this is why I would welcome some formal direction of our council. We think this is important. This is a way to get people in and out of our community that already runs on a route that may not serve our purposes. So I'd welcome a motion on that, but that's not necessarily protection. Yes, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. I'm getting a little frustrated tonight because I feel like there's the buttons and everything. But and that sounds like another decision, which I would support. I think that's a great idea, and I'm happy to support that motion. I want to add in here, because before, I'm hoping we can be open to whether it's, some form of a short-term rental policy, whatever, but community engagement could be the decision. I forget which one of you or all of you said something about surveys, and so I guess what I'm imploring, I was going to say this before you, is that we give direction to do the engagement, to do a survey about short-term rentals, that we don't dismiss it out of hand. So that was what I was going to talk about. But why don't I make a motion that supports the transportation of each city's transportation, because that's truly needed regardless if the Olympics happen or not.
Thank you. I'm trying to get out of the way the most basic core issues and then build to these other ones, which might be a little broader, which might include other questions that we might want to ask the public. And that's the motive behind my approach. Councilmember Charelian?
Yeah, sorry, I had a quick friendly amendment. If we can tie transportation to somewhat looking at parking assessment, parking needs, or is that its own bullet?
What I thought I heard from the presentation was it's sort of circular. It depends on what sort of activities this council is interested in before they can do a parking assessment. And I see our city manager would like to.
If I could make a comment on that, just in the spirit of saving staff resources and expending at the point when it's necessary, I would advise that it would be prudent of us to make some decisions on the events so that we're not wasting money on assessing things that might not happen. At the point where the council is firm on what they would like to pursue. At that point, it would be in our best interest to then start the assessment on parking and traffic outside of the Route 109, of course.
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is because I've heard the constant theme of no matter what we do, no matter how we promote, if you build it, they're going to come, and it's going to happen. So it's already, we already know it's going to happen.
Right.
So that was my only.
No, good comment. Councilmember Charelian, did you want to say something on this initial proposal related to the Beach Cities Transit Line 109?
So I am supportive of that, and I agree with Councilmember Charelian that at some point we're going to have to do a transportation parking assessment, and so I think that's something that we need to keep on the top of the list. So at a later point, maybe we can give that kind of guidance to staff. But for now, if we know that these existing routes need a little push to get them going and having the stops in the appropriate place, and it's outside of our control, which is, sounds like is what we have to do, then I would support moving forward with this item and discussing transportation and parking at a later time, depending on what we move forward with.
Councilmember
Quick comment. I completely agree with Councilmember Charelian and Nina, or Councilmember Turney, sorry. Steve and Nina. But I think that I want us to not wait till next year to talk about parking and transportation, right? Because, I mean, and Councilmember Charelian, I was thinking the exact same thing. We keep saying, everybody's coming. So no matter what, we will have to do this. So I am not in favor of kicking it down the road. I would like maybe to focus on these things tonight, but I very quickly would like to get into that.
Great, thank you. Can you repeat the motion, please?
So that's what I was going to go through the city manager about. At a minimum, we need to confirm the process that Beach City Transit is following with expression of interest in rerouting depending upon what this council is directing. So I'm not sure what the current status is. So I presume a motion of the council to elevate our interest in doing so would be helpful to staff.
That's
is that right?
perfect.
So the motion I would propose is that we direct staff to find out what this process is and our timeline for redirecting routes. And I see that has been a motion. Is that the motion by Councilmember
Yes.
Horwath? And I see it's been seconded by Councilmember Tarnay. Call for the vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
I don't want to hog the mic. Are there other specific motions so that we can move forward with what our direction is to city staff? Councilmember Tarnay?
Oh, look at that.
I would like to move that we direct staff to look at temporary modifications of our short-term rental policies, maybe 2 to 3 weeks prior to the world events and 2 weeks after the world events.
And my comment would be,
Councilmember
I'm seconding this, but I'm only seconding it with the understanding that there'd be a lot of community outreach because, this could be controversial, or it might be like, wow, that's great. Thank you for doing this. I'm seconding it. That's really hard to say. I gave a second, not because I absolutely support this. You know what I mean going forward? I want my colleagues to know that because I really want there to be thoughtful outreach and a thoughtful plan. But I also want to say we can time box these the permits, through the software. We can cache them. We have more ability now to enforce it and follow through with it. So, and I would want it to be, sorry, Nina, that there's a minimal fee for residents to sign up, like $35 or something. Like, I don't want to make it cumbersome on people.
Councilmember Charelian.
Thank you. I think still wrapping my head around the word controversial that Mayor Horwath did, and I lived through this the first time. I do have a question before I give my input. Adam's here, careful.
I am so sorry I said that before.
You get on the microphone.
I mean, can you, I don't know if you know this, I mean, we have roughly 13,500 dwellings in town. What number of dwellings off the top of your head is in the coastal zone currently that can do short-term rentals?
I really couldn't.
175.
Is that right?
No.
I mean,
That's how
there's
many.
170 some that are
No, no,
active.
I'm not talking
but
about
as far as
active,
the
I'm
number
talking
that
about
are
number of dwellings.
possible, I don't know that.
Okay, so, but it's a condensed area. I mean,
It
there's
is.
a lot of
It's
properties.
more dense down there, for
It's
sure.
more
So
dense, so it's, you
I
know,
would guess
possibly
it's
could be
probably, I'm not going to say
30%.
50/50, but it's probably, you know, somewhere between 35-65.
Got you, okay, thank
It's
you.
not, you know, it's not 10-90 or something.
Correct. I just wanted that to be vocalized. Thank you. And I am extremely cautious with this item because of, you know, living through what we did with the community on this topic. And again, goes back to protecting the community. You know, you're already gonna see a spike in revenue in the coastal zone. I think, you know, Adam's right, it's probably right around 35-40%, and we only have 175 or whatever the number is currently registered down there. You're probably gonna see that go to 250, and people are gonna look for that. I'm just not ready to explore this item because of protecting our community. I appreciate the fact that we're, you know, help them monetize, but this is bigger than that, right? It's quality of life, east side, north, south, west. Our hotels are gonna be occupied. I just heard someone say that they're already booking hotels. They already run. And here's my thing with this is this is summertime. And no matter what, like, summertime is already, as a Olympics for our community in those 3 months, every year, because it is a peak time that people come down here. So I'm just concerned that, you know, our ingress and egress on our sidewalks and, you know, putting up the barricades and rerouting traffic, I'm just not ready to support this.
For my comments, I share the concerns of Councilmember Charelian at this time. And I'm just trying to think through how, on the one hand, we want to do some engagement with our community and do a survey and have this question be the heart of a survey, yet if we've already given direction as a council to explore it, that is a mixed message. I think the two could go side by side because clearly we want the data, we want to understand how we would actually do it, but having also lived through some of those early votes where we prohibited short-term rentals, I remember many members of the community being really quite upset. And I want to be mindful of that. This is what I'm getting at with regard to our need for some caution as we're embracing our participation in the Olympics and visitors coming to our community and how we balance that with those in our community. So I would suggest instead that we include this in some sort of survey. Madam City Manager, did you want to say something?
I was going to recommend potentially changing the motion a little bit to set it up more as an exploration such that it would include a survey or multiple surveys of the community, and then we would just come back with the limitations, having checked with our contractors who monitor our licensing software, and then also our code enforcement side of it. Make sure they can actually do this on a temporary basis, what that business license fee is and what the options are if there is an interest in lowering that, and then also what the potential revenue would be if you know, a certain percentage of homes are utilized as short-term rentals during the Olympics.
Let me turn to the maker of the motion. And I want to go back to where maybe you began, Madam City Manager, and that is, are you receptive, Councilmember Charelian, to some sort of inquiry first, survey, however you want to frame it?
I am, and that's, you know, that was part of my intent, is an exploration and definitely outreach to the community. And you know, I lived through the controversies of short-term rentals. I have neighbors who are very opposed to short rentals, so I'm mindful of, and you know, I appreciate my neighborhood, and I appreciate having people who live in the neighborhood versus a rotation of people coming in and out. So I'm mindful of that, but I also know that this isn't going to be normal times, and I want to make sure that we capture what our residents want for these particular dates, for this particular occasion, versus just generally what we think. And then also to make sure that we're poised to capture the funds that could potentially be coming in to help pay for services. And I understand, the people who are already in the coastal zone could already rent out. But what this means is then all of the rentals are only concentrated in the coastal zone. So if we don't look to expand that, and I know some people, make fun of being on the east side of town, but it's wonderful and it's accessible to transportation and other potential places that people visit, like the mall. So I'm amenable to the amendment, and that'll be my motion.
So if I could ask, could you restate your motion so we're clear?
Okay. Let me see if I can do that.
Feel free to maybe.
Okay.
Could we get
Oh,
some-
okay,
some
let's
other
have
input,
some
please?
other comments, yes.
I appreciate my colleagues' enthusiasm. It is a very exciting time. We already have a survey. This is the 2022 North Point survey, probably very deep, very extensive. It tells you what our residents want. Very first thing, small town feel, charming beach community. Okay? How do short-term rentals fit into that? I don't think very well. Public safety, low crime, beach, ocean, cleanliness, appearance, on and on and on and on. And I think down here, it gets down at the bottom, it doesn't even talk about. And we had short-term rentals, in the coastal zone during this survey. So generally, what were the issues that we got? People checking in, right, at midnight, their flight was late, they're closing the doors, closing the trunk, making noise as they're moving in, that type of thing. I'll go to my Olympics expert. They don't party, do they, these teams? No, because they're in intense training, so they don't party. There's going to be parties of people. They're here to have a good time, and they're going to do it, and they're not going to care about the neighborhood. I'm sorry. That's just the reality that we're faced with already within our short term. Have we even asked the short-term rental companies if they can do a short-term rental of 30 days or so? Whether or not it's worth it for them to set it up for just 30 days. Do we even know if Airbnb and VRBO and...
That's what I suggested to add to the motion, is we have to explore all of those things.
All right. So, I'm sure there's going to be an appetite for people that want to come in and live in our neighborhoods and the like. Just going back to the issues that we had before, visitors don't make the very best neighbors. They've spent a lot of money. They're excited. The other thing, too, is the drinking ages of the different countries that are coming in. Are you going to tell someone that can drink at their home the age of 18 in their home country, we got to now educate them that it's 21 years old in California. So just a lot of things, a lot of weight dragging this proposal down. And I think once residents learn about it, and we'll see, we can go ahead and survey. Yeah. I think this one is very accurate. The flash, whatever. No. I remember talking to the person who owns that company. We were able to speak to them. I just don't know how accurate those are going to be, but that would be my recommendation on this. So my recommendation on the motion: go ahead and do the study, and let's see what people say.
We do have a motion on the table that has been made by Councilmember Tarnay, and it appears to be seconded by Councilmember Haworth. Can you restate the motion, Councilmember?
I will try. Okay. I move to direct staff to first connect with the platforms that do the rentals and also the platforms that do the monitoring and enforcement to ensure that they have the capability of adjusting to the periods that we need. And then also engaging in public comments and input and ensuring that we understand what the community wants, and then come back to us with your.
Councilmember Howard.
Yeah, I'm really frustrated because you keep going to the maker of the motion rather than looking at the buttons pressed, like, so I'm sorry, I'm just, I was going to say, I so appreciate what you said about let's do a survey. Like that, I totally think, like, maybe, Councilwoman Ternay and I are further down, like, a path where, oh, maybe I'd accept this, but absolutely do a survey before we do anything else. So it's more than just public comments and engagement, it's a survey. Use North Point, the people who did the other one, with respect, Mayor Pro Tem, yes, we all want the small town charm and public safety, et cetera, but they weren't asking questions about the Olympics. They were saying, and we can't build a fence around us. So, I mean, with respect, let's do one now about.
Short-term rentals. When people were taking the
We
survey.
did, but we had short-term rentals, but we weren't saying, do you want more short-term rentals? We were saying, what do you value about living in Manhattan Beach? So, Mr. Mayor, it was important for me to also say, you and I were on the council when you were finance director, I believe. We were on the council getting sling and arrows, and I think we were on the opposite sides of the issue, actually. I was very much against short-term rentals anywhere in the city. So I still am for a permanent solution, long-term solution, I should say. It's not the right thing. So if we do a survey, it better not be about how do you feel about short-term rentals forever and ever, right? So I appreciate you asking for a survey first. I appreciate the hesitancy, but so I think survey, and then at the same time, we're finding out, hey, companies, can you actually do for a 6 weeks period, 2 and 3 nights at a time or a week at a time? And I do think it should be outside the coastal zone because you will have more spread out. It'll be actually more comfortable for the community if it's not just in that little zone.
So I would propose then a friendly amendment, and then I want to give you an opportunity to address it, and that would be that your motion would be for a survey first, and that's why I was calling on Councilmember May first.
Okay.
As the maker of the motion. Go ahead.
I'd like to accept the friendly amendment and include the survey first. And then also to finish up with my motion is to also, when you're considering what you bring back to us, to also include in there some numbers about how many rentals there are out there, what a potential cap could be, because I'm not open to allowing everybody in the city to rent, and that there is a fixed number where people can apply for it and they would get, and then we'd put a cap on the number so that we do preserve a community feel still.
So the motion, go ahead.
Yes.
Well, we won't necessarily be able to find out how many rentals there are, and that won't necessarily tell us how many people are interested in pursuing this temporary short-term rental option. Because it could be someone who lives in their house who decides
to rent out a room.
I'm going to leave for the Olympics anyway, I might as well rent it out as a short-term rental. So the numbers won't correspond.
Yeah, and we can do that
We can
later
tweak it.
with the
Yes.
cap.
Okay.
We want to
Okay.
get the pulse of the community first, but I like your idea of a cap.
Okay.
And one other thing I wanted to add is we are about to redo the True North survey, and the timing is impeccable. We can just add a question or two onto that survey so that we don't have to engage in a full-blown survey for this one particular issue. That would save the city money.
Oh, love that.
Like that.
Okay.
Any other comments before I call for the vote on this motion? Councilmember Shaheen.
I do, yes. Been done a few True North surveys, and 1 or 2 questions in that survey is not going to capture what we're looking for on this controversial item. So.
Any suggestions,
any-
just to make this a dialogue on how we can refine that?
You don't want us to,
I don't want to tie it to a community survey where it's going to come back with, fix the streets and community, public safety and all the other things that are, parks.
I agree.
This is a very important, this council chambers will be full of people. And I don't know what the vessel is. Maybe the city manager or somebody else can provide that direction and the leadership, but
putting a question or two on a True North survey, on a community survey. What they're going to get is a community survey, a general community survey.
So in the interest of, again, trying to move this process forward, let me clarify. As I understand it, Councilmember Charnay has made a motion which would start with a survey, and the city manager offered an opportunity to piggyback that on a survey that's already in process or being prepared for. And as this would be an opportunity to save money by going out with one survey that includes questions. What you're saying, Councilmember Charelian, is that you would want this to be a dedicated, self-standing survey, is that right?
Absolutely.
I just want to clarify. So Councilmember Charnay, you have the active motion.
I would like for the survey to be an independent, standalone survey that deals with Olympic issues, including
Short-term rentals,
Is council telling us at this point to move forward with that contract because these typically cost $25,000?
for
the survey?
Yes. If
What
it's
about-
statistically valid, that is the cost.
What about flash vote, if we did a flash vote survey?
If the direction is to do flash vote, then yes, we don't have to spend $25,000.
So for my own comments, again, I want to manage the meeting, but also have my own opinion. I would be more receptive to doing a True North survey that included questions, and I would welcome emphasis on this point, maybe asking more than one to emphasize the importance of short-term rentals because of the price point. I'm also receptive to this other platform for doing a survey, but can you compare the survey sample size of the two, just so we're clear on what we're talking about?
Absolutely. So True North is a science. So this is someone who has, PhD in science and is drafting the questions for us in a very, surgical way. And so they're doing a full survey right now, a community survey. And so the idea was that we could tack on a couple of questions to that, maybe 2 or 3, take off some of the questions that we had proposed to be on there, and that would be conducted citywide, and it would be a true sample of our city. FlashVote has a different product completely. They will assist us in drafting those questions, but it's not done on the same level, the same high level that True North is doing. But the great tool that FlashVote is that you can do quick surveys, and we have a base that has already been collected that will serve as a sampling of our city, and so it's a demographically representative of our city in a small portion. So we have 300 individuals who have signed up to take those surveys for us. That is a representation of our city. So it is statistically valid in that way, but it's not going to get the type of sampling that True North has, and it's not going to be the scientific instrument that the True North survey is.
So colleagues, going back to my role as the referee here, what I propose to do is Councilmember Charelian has a question or a comment, and then I want to turn it back to the maker of the motion to decide what she would like to present as a motion. Councilmember Charelian.
Thank you. Ali, if you had a minute, and I don't know if you're going to know the answer to this, but if you can, help me kind of think about what this question would be. Like, okay, we're doing this statistically valid survey, beautiful, it's about the community. Currently, we have short-term rentals on the west side of the coastal zone. Are you opposed or for it being throughout the city for a 4 to 6 week period? I mean, how does this message get out? How are unless you do like a half a dozen questions at a minimum? I just, like I said, this is the biggest controversial item I think I remember in history. So.
I remember living through that as well. It was very controversial. I think I would need to work with Tim on how to structure those, what script they read to the respondent prior to the question being asked. I know they have a short amount of time that they can read a paragraph to give you additional information before you answer a question, but those are the tricky questions that I would leave to him. I wouldn't be drafting it myself.
I didn't think you would be. I just didn't know how it would come across. But
yeah,
he's a
it would be
master
hard.
at that. I get
he
it.
is a master at that. So
but
yeah.
again, it's Okay, thank you.
Okay. And my own comment, just personally, is thank you for your question. You're asking a good question. I'm not patient with that at all. I'm just trying to keep us moving forward. Mayor Pro Tem
12
Franklin.
seconds.
Yes.
Can the survey include a definition of short-term rentals and not assume that everybody knows what it is?
Absolutely,
Because
yes.
they haven't had to consider that on the east side.
We frequently do include additional information or script that we give to the people taking the survey from the
I'm
residents.
satisfied.
Okay, good question.
This has been a good conversation.
Sure.
Councilmember Tarnay, would you like to restate your motion?
Concisely.
Remember, what are we talking
Concisely.
about anymore? I think the part that we needed clarification is the platform for the survey, right? Everything else I think we've settled on, is that?
So if I can seek clarification, then I'll turn to the city
Please
manager.
do.
The first threshold question is, do you want questions about short-term rentals included in the True North survey that is under preparation by staff currently and included in that survey? Or do you want a dedicated survey, which could either be True North, but it would be expensive, or I see the city manager.
It could be both.
It could be both.
Yeah,
Yes.
do both.
Yes, both.
Is that
Because
your
if-
motion?
That's my motion.
That's kind of cool, because you could get, yeah, I like that. I'll still second it,
Is one of those the one that costs 25,000?
but we're already doing it.
We're already doing
For
that.
something
Yeah, yeah.
for the
For an update.
citywide.
In which case, any other council member questions before I call for the vote? I call for the vote. Call for the questions, they say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your patience.
Motion passes 4-1. Councilmember Charelian voting no.
All right. Other motions, direction, so that we had some great conversations, but we've been at this for about 2 hours. And what I'm looking to do for staff's benefit is to try and give some concrete direction. Councilmember Tarnay.
I would like to make a motion to direct staff to explore extension of hours under our use permit, so modify our current use permit and mirror it similarly to what we do with New Year's Eve policies.
If I can make a suggestion to that language, we wouldn't be modifying the use permits. I think the direction staff would need is for staff to find a vehicle by which, for a certain period of time, use permit hours of operation could be modified for these events.
So moved.
Or options for that.
Options.
So first I'm going to ask if there's
Exploration.
a second, and I see Mayor Pro Tem Franklin would like to speak. Is there a second
Sure.
to explore options? I see that it has been seconded by Councilmember Haworth. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Okay, so would you agree that this is probably second to discussions throughout the city, just behind short-term rentals, is extended hours of our restaurants? We do it now for New Year's Eve. This is basically going to be, what, 30 consecutive New Year's Eves? I mean, it's going to be
Not in
every
my
day.
mind.
Well,
I know, that's why I pressed the
Thank
button,
you.
so you could speak
Thank
more.
you. Yeah. So I don't know if this can be added to any kind of survey or whatever, but people are looking for peaceful use of their properties, not having extra hundreds, if not thousands of people crowding around restaurants. We already heard that there was an issue of people, blocking the sidewalks. We got to talk about emergency situations, things like that, every single night. Try it for one night, try it for 2 nights, not 30 nights. Okay, twice during the summer, right? What's that? It would be for the Olympics, Paralympics, everything like that. So I'm a firm no on this. Listen, we love our restaurants, and they're still making up for COVID losses and things like that. But just in terms of quality of life in our fair city, I just can't see this happening.
Councilmember Horwath and I have a comment on
Okay,
this as
great.
well.
You know, I do appreciate the quality of life discussions and decisions. I mean, I think Councilmember Charelian brought that up before, too. And I am not considering this as, I would hope that when we explore the vehicle, it's not every place, every night, because I wouldn't be in favor of that either. I do want to give our restaurants and maybe even shops an opportunity, you know, a place for people to go so they're not just kind of on the sidewalk, right? And a way for them to serve people. But I think that, you know, it doesn't mean everybody's open till 1 a.m. for 60 days. So that's absolutely not in what I'm thinking about. I think that, again, yes, people have the right to the peaceful enjoyment of their home. But we're talking about the Olympics and FIFA coming here. If we don't provide some place for those people to go, I'm not sure, you know, what's going to happen. So that's why I'm seconding that.
So for my personal comments, I'm not prepared to vote on this at
Okay.
present, mainly because I share the concerns of Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. In a moment, I want to get to some positive direction to staff on what we want to do to potentially engage. But with this motion, I'm concerned what messaging we're sending at this phase.
Okay.
I think we're doing the right thing by going out to the public on the survey, but I would not be supporting this at this time.
So do you want to wait on it?
I do.
I'm okay with that too.
I'm okay with
I'm
waiting.
okay with waiting. I
Okay.
I
Withdraw the
appreciate
motion.
whatever, yeah. I mean,
I think,
look
you
at
know,
us.
if I may, I think one of the things that I appreciated about this process was that we knew that we would be going to council to get all of your input, because we want this to be a collaborative decision-making process where we're listening to our colleagues, listening to our residents, and making sure that we're capturing what people want out of this. So I understand there are some controversial items, and this was also part of the discussion on why we wanted to bring these items first, because we knew there were big policy decisions that we would need to help staff decide on how they're going to proceed. So while I understand we want to delay this, I do think at some point we should consider it, because for FIFA World Cup, that's in 2026. So
Right.
I'm just trying to keep that timeline on top of your mind so that we're mindful of that.
But if we're not prepared, I think it's we've got one big topic on, yeah.
Councilmember Charelian, did you want to
I
say?
want to speak on the next topic, or the next item, okay, if we're done with this.
The next item.
Or,
Level of cultural programming.
I know, I actually want to add an item. I guess, would that be a motion?
Sure, and then I have an idea for how we can move forward with this item as we're getting to 2.5 hours in. Go ahead.
Yeah, my motion's not about that
Please.
one, but, you know, what I heard earlier, I think Ally brought up, which I appreciate, because it's near and dear to my heart, because back in 1984, I was in high school, and I think I was a freshman, and I lived in Torrance, and I remember so much of the community coming out to support the running of the torch through Torrance. It was a community feel, a community vibe. You know, we talk about engaging with the community. It's one thing, you know, to be able to have that going down a certain segment of the city and having residents out there, you know, just cheering on these Olympics. So my motion would be to explore that. I understood Mayor Horwath said there's some sponsor money about it, but I would really I think if we're looking for a community event with the Olympics, since we're not having really anything happen in our city, that would be my motion, is to explore a segment of our city being for the
Call for the
torch.
question.
Sorry, it's getting late and
No,
we're
this is all
rambling
big
like.
stuff, guys. I think it's all big stuff.
So I'm just going to say my own personal opinion is absolutely. That sounds like a great motion.
Call
I
for
will
the
be in
question.
support of it. Any other comments?
Call for the question. I
Call
mean,
for the question.
If we let them know we're interested, then we can find
can
out.
move forward.
Everybody wants that, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, get the red
Knox wants
flags.
that.
One non-controversial item.
Yay.
Sure. Okay.
Motion
Gold
passes
medal.
5-0.
Sure.
So, as an idea for my colleagues' consideration on how we can wind this up, is I propose to come up with a bucket of some items that the subcommittee can explore with city staff and then report back to council.
Great.
So how does that seem? And if you want a motion, that's fine, but we can also just articulate. There's been great public input earlier, which I took some notes on. I mean, one was a caller had suggested that we look at ways to embrace those coming to our city, but obviously that's general, but acknowledge past Olympians. So I welcome, maybe we ask the subcommittee to explore what are some of the ways we can do that. Other than just banners, I do have some concerns about banners, as I indicated. What were some of the other comments that were made?
Mayor, clarification on past Olympians that are residents or have been, or?
Or any,
Yeah.
Or-
I think who are residents or who were, have had ties. We've had Olympians who, I think, Mayor Costa alone, I think, had over 16 Olympians. So
That's what I think, yeah.
And they don't all live here, but
And it
if
may
we
not
did
be
something
banners,
like
it
that.
may, I mean,
Yeah.
I think what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, is you're trying to give us, to come back to you with recommendations for different cultural art events.
Cultural arts, or in this case, and Councilmember Charelian has asked the right question, I think, and that is maybe ask the subcommittee to better define what that might look like, what are the criteria you used, who would you profile and why. So just maybe give us some choice when you come back to council as to who we might emphasize as, quote, past Olympians from our city.
Could I just make a comment and a suggestion is to make it mobile? I remember during the centennial in 2012, we had a mobile history, and we moved it around town, and it was
Study
very
it.
well received.
That was something the subcommittee could study?
We could I think that what I'm hearing, and I know you, is that we should come back with more specific ideas. Because right now, we just say cultural stuff, youth stuff. We can come back with more ideas.
One of the discussions that we had that I think is going to be pivotal on how we proceed with the planning, whether or not it's transportation or, and this is going to be a big item, emergency preparedness is, do we want viewing parties? How do you want to address those types of questions? Because I know.
Let's focus on the culture.
Cultural, okay.
I think that for tonight, that's a big, the live viewing, I think we have to bring it back or we talk, because there's no way we're prepared to talk about that, right? I mean.
Can
I
what,
I think
yeah.
What, City Manager, Ms. Connie.
So if the council wants to bring that back for a future discussion, that's absolutely fine. Is there an interest in giving direction on reaching out to national teams so that that portion of it could potentially start if the council's interested in that?
I don't think we suggested that. Did we?
Not as a host, but to train here.
They're
That was
gonna
what Jeff was talking about earlier.
I mean,
Here's my comment on that, if I may. I'd like to better understand what that process is so that council can be informed as to what the request would be, what the protocol, what the profile is of making that request and what the implications are. And then also related to that is where are we talking about? Are we talking about our public beach?
okay, I got it.
Councilmember Hope.
Sorry. Okay. We should all give ourselves some grace, myself included, give myself some grace. The Olympics are great, but there's all these big, big issues within them, right? And so I think that, what we've decided tonight, we're going to do a survey on short-term rentals. We're going to, we've put some parameters on some things. We cannot talk about live viewing tonight because we don't even know what that means and what that entails. I would say the subcommittee should come back with some specifics on what live viewing could be. Is it 3,000 people? Is it 25,000 people? And I say that purposefully. And we could come back with what cultural arts programming could be. I don't think we have to give direction, Madam City Manager, to reach out to national teams because I feel like they're going to, I never thought that was part of it because they're going to come to train here regardless of what, I don't know. Could you clue me in on what you mean? Ally, I don't.
Yeah, Yeah, so that was the discussion that we had where we understand that they are coming here for pre-Olympic training, but this could be an opportunity for us to incorporate them into our volleyball programming or host meet and greets.
Got it. I'm sorry I reacted. I thought you were talking about, oh, let's go. No, because we can't do that. Okay. So could we have just more specificity come from us about what it means? Like we've worked with these partners and we can do a youth camp, or is that good enough?
I think that would be helpful, speaking personally, but Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, did you want to say something?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what's being asked here.
At a minimum, can I articulate what I'm asking? What
Sure,
I would
yeah.
welcome? I would welcome the subcommittee with staff coming up with some more specificity in their proposals so that we as a council and the community can better understand what we're talking about and can give some further direction beyond what we've already given tonight. We don't have to make it, it's not an all tonight or not again. I propose we come back with some of these other questions.
Yeah, I think put some lines around, because they're serious athletes. They're coming here to seriously train, not to entertain us. If I was training for the Olympics, I'd be training for the Olympics. And whether or not they can just show up in town and take over, 5 beach volleyball courts. I mean, how is this going to work? And we all heard they all will want to come here, and that's great. But what are they expecting when they get here?
We could come back. I mean, I don't think we're not recruiting teams to come here.
Okay.
So that's not, and what we're going to find out is, are there teams willing to have a half-day clinic or a 2-hour meet and greet? They do that. That's the input we have received. They do those kinds of things. And so, we have opportunities and this is about engaging the community, right? This is about participating, so Knox can go to a swim class or something, so.
Okay. Madam City Manager, is there anything else you need direction on tonight, subcommittee members? Not for tonight, and then we'll have you come back with greater specificity as described.
I appreciate the council. Again, I know this is big, sorry.
Mayor, last comment.
Councilmember.
I just want to also acknowledge all the work that the subcommittee has done for this, and there's a lot of effort. There's a very thorough PowerPoint walking us through just a myriad of things. So I just want to acknowledge the subcommittee.
Great.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Council members, there's been a request for a brief break before we come back and wind up the meeting. We're almost done, but we're going to take a 5-minute break and then come back and conclude our meeting.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no.
Freezing.
I know.
Tough topic.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Pegasus.
So the next
Nicolai?
item's like 2 hours, or no?
Wanted to make sure that everybody's.
Okay, we will reconvene our city council meeting and proceed now with item number 12, City Council AB 1234 reports. Are there any reports this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 13, which is consideration
give
of
it
a
a third.
request by Mayor Pro Tem Franklin and Councilmember Charelian to discuss the exploration of an earlier closure time of the upper pier parking lots to mitigate noise, graffiti, and related nuisances.
And I'll
This
give
is-
it a third.
I hear Councilmember Haworth is offering a third vote, so this can now proceed. Do you need any further direction, Madam City Manager? All right. In which case, we'll move on to item M, future agenda items.
I have one.
Councilmember Haworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for your patience. Right now, our policy does not allow A-frame signs in downtown or anywhere. And the businesses would really like us to consider a policy where they can put A-frames out. They really do drive engagement when they can put, come in and listen to this author or whatnot. So I'd really like us to discuss that at a future agenda item as well as, and I don't know if it's two separate ones, benches in the downtown area, but not like the benches that we do, the big cement benches in the public flex areas, but like benches that could be either on their private property or right up against their businesses so that, people, Mr. Haworth has a place to sit while I'm shopping or whatnot. So that's what I would like us to just discuss, and eventually staff will have to give us parameters, et cetera.
You want to go for it?
I was going to second, but.
Go ahead. Councilmember Ternay will second it.
Just to discuss, thank you. Okay.
Just a, exploration.
Great.
And if I could just correct for the record, it's amendment to the code, not a policy.
Not a
Just
policy,
just for
amendment to the code, so
minutes.
technical.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have one if other council members. Go ahead.
Golly gee
Councilmember
whiz.
Haworth.
If we are going to bring this forward, or try to get a third vote, I would also like us to pause, the code, pause the code enforcement officers citing businesses with their A-frame signs, if we're going to be studying it. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah, we can get that direction. If the
But
council's,
is that,
if the council's comfortable with that, we can pause any type of code enforcement until it comes back to the
just on the
council.
A-frames, and yeah. Just on the A-frames.
Just on the A-frames?
Just on the A-frames, not
Just
benches,
not
not.
the benches.
But
No,
can we
yeah.
tighten up the parameters for that?
Yeah.
I mean, A-frames not to encroach into the public right away? Or
Well, that's going to be discussed later on.
Right, but I mean, like,
in
if we're
terms
gonna say, go ahead and put your A-frames out, we're not gonna enforce, all of a sudden you got A-frames everywhere. In the right of way.
So maybe you don't want to give that direction then.
Maybe you don't.
I don't,
Okay,
that's my colleagues.
so
Okay,
no-
that's
no-
fine.
No
That's
direction.
fine.
No, I'm just saying, I'm for, I was gonna second your motion on the discussion.
Sure.
Absolutely, I think it's a necessity.
Okay.
But I think lifting it now, it might take a month and a half to get here.
That's
and then-
fair, that's fair. I wanted to ask, that's totally fine.
And my question on it, is it just A-frames for the neighboring store? Or can real estate people come in and put A-frames?
Well, it'd be part of the discussion. I mean, that would be, my intention for bringing it up would be, call it Pages, a bookstore, has their own A-frame. Realtors now can put out A-frames.
Realtors there's a different section of the municipal code that governs a regulation, that includes regulations on real estate signage. A-frames are a separate provision in the code.
Okay. Thank you.
That's good.
All right, I have a separate proposed future agenda item, and that is members of the Rotary Club have approached me and proposed a refresh of the landscaping at the Manhattan Beach Post Office downtown. This was the subject of a Leadership Manhattan Beach project in 2012. Specifically, they're proposing a Manhattan Beach pollinator habitat project.
I'll
Saying that 5
second
times
that.
5. Seconded by Member Pro Tem Franklin. Any other proposed future agenda items? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to City manager report.
None this evening. I gave mine earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. City attorney report.
Nothing tonight.
Informational items, agenda forecasts, committee minutes. I see no further items on the agenda, in which case we will be adjourning our meeting to a closed session on Tuesday, October 7th, 2025 at 4:30 p.m. in the City Council's chambers. We stand adjourned.